Well, it's a very good morning to this final day of the Somerset 2023 National Champion of Champion Fours. We're at the Royal Oak Bowls. Everything has been taken to the Palace on this finals day. There's really a hive of activity here as players have played matches this morning in quarterfinals and are hovering around watching to see who gets through to the finals. We're going to be showing you, first of all, the men's semi-final match, which will feature the team from Alexandra playing the team from Manurewa. So here's the Alexandra team with Sean Scott leading, Lindsay Thomas at 2, Bill Clements at 3, and the skip will be Trevor Drake. So Alexandra representing Central Otago, and a very good combination as well. They're up against the Manurewa Cosmopolitan team. David Clark will of course skip this with the experienced Shane Drabble, Bryn Morgan, and off the front will be Logan Clark. So joining me today is Mark Noble. We're looking forward to very interesting games throughout the men's final later on, Mark, the women's final, and this semi-final between Alexandra and Manurewa. What do you think?
Yeah, it looks like a blockbuster game we'll see here. Two very good sides, and I see that David Clark's got his son leading for him, Logan. So good to have father and son out there playing at such a late stage of the event.
Yep, here we go, looking at the way they got through here. We saw the Palmerston North Alexandra match. That was very close. It was 16-14. Invercargill just getting beaten by the Manurewa combination. And then it was the team from Fairley, which the first team from the Fairley club to win a centre title since 1996. So they got beaten by the Onarahi combination, and then Elmwood Park, skipped by Gary Lawson, beat Birkenhead. So those are your semi-finalists today. So we've moved over to rink 2. So pretty much we've been on that edge rink, the side rink, throughout the competition here at the Royal Oak Complex. And we're just watching now for the first bowls to come down. So making out it's still a summer sport is Logan Clark wearing shorts. You can see in the background others wearing beanies and puffer jackets. That's not a bad starter either. Dad holds his hand up and I see we just okay. I thought we had started.
I think we had
I thought we had started. What was that? What were they doing down there? Flicking the bowler in. Yeah.
Clearly, Trevor wasn't aware that they'd started the game.
It's a bit early in the day for him. No, well, it's not Sean Scott's certainly not leading for the Alexandra combination, which was what we'd been told he would be. Anyway, here we go. Second bowl coming down, nice blue bowl. So the blue disc bowls belong to the team from Manurewa.
Down this end, this doesn't matter. Just come down the end of the jacket.
A good start from these leads.
Yeah, 4 bowls in play there, John.
Here's the beanie I was talking about. One player in shorts, another. Mind you, as my mother used to say, you know, if you haven't got a hat on, all the heat goes out your head. So you'll get cold. In those days when we rode bikes, feeling quite safe to school or walked. Do you ever get a ride to school in your youth, Mark?
No, I was actually at that time living in Lower Hutt and commuting to Petone, so on the train.
Oh, right, yep.
Nice result
Good
here,
bowl here.
off his own bowl.
Yep. So the red disc, so Scott playing at 2. So I don't know these players. Is that Lindsay Thomas must be leading?
Correct.
Yep. Oh, and Bill Clements, of course, there at 3. Yeah, excellent. Okay, we sorted that out. Well, this is pretty good weight coming in from all of them. Yeah, yeah. So the blue disc bowls belong to Manurewa. And the red to Alexandros. You can see that corresponds to the score tick up on the left of your screen. So Sean Scud Scott.
Shane's pretty close with this if he's got the weight.
Hasn't he? Yeah, yeah. So the shot
played
ball.
a great, great shot.
Pretty good, eh? Yep.
Both these teams, John, will like to have a bit of a drive, so if the heads build up too badly, we will see some weight.
Well, that looks like 3 blue bowls at the moment. Manurewa maybe holding 3.
Yeah, they won't look to be adding to this. They'll just be looking to cover from here, John. They've got 3 good shots. Won't want to fatten that up any more than what it is. So just be looking to chuck a wing bowl, which is what Shane's attempting to do here. And pretty good if it stays on the island. Just into the ditch.
Yep, there we are. Won't be short, this one. Ooh.
And I don't expect we'll see any different from Dave. He'll just try and stay away from this. I don't think he'll try and draw another one. They've got a very good 3. And if it does get hit, it looks like it will kill, John.
Yeah, well, our target is that orange, as the skip pointed out. So here's David Clark with his first of the day. They got through here with a 14-12 win over Invercargill. Matches started at 8 o'clock this morning.
Well, it looks like I was wrong, and Dave is trying to add to this, but dangerous bowler fattening the zone. And could help the opposition.
Fortunately, he's past the jack. I suppose that helps.
Yeah, that's a good hit.
There we go.
Well, it's worked out
still,
not so
well,
good.
Can't see. No, it could be still 3 down there.
1, 2, 3, 4. That's against you.
4.
What do you like? Well, it's either hand because both the wind bowls are against us. Just drawing close. You can't get in too much trouble, mate.
Yeah, so Trevor's going to have to try and recover with his last bowl on the draw, and there's a short bowl on either hand to negate, so it won't be easy to get out of this end.
That orange bowl that he's parking up alongside is the target that he had with his previous, wasn't he? Wanted to hit that. That would have killed it, but he was just to the right of it, so...
Yeah, Trevor's just trying to draw for second shot here, beat the wing bowl. Close to hitting it in. Oh, it's got a magic
Oh, he
result.
has too. Gee. Well, they were 4 down, as you heard the 3-4 Manurewa say. And they end up conceding a 2. So first blood to Manurewa, first end. They lead Alexandra 2-0.
Yeah, the joys have been up there, John. He was well wide of actually being able to draw a shot, but collided with one of his own bowls and pushed it in for third shot.
This is the first semi-final, one of the semi-finals in the men's competition. The other semi-final is being played between Onarahi and Elmwood. And the women's semi-finals are on as well at the same time. So we'll show you just how that competition has gone as well, just to keep you up with play. So this is no time limit in this, so we've got lots of time to bring you up to date with what's happening around the green. So the first bowl there from Logan Clark, and then followed up by that two-toned blue and white of Lindsay Thomas.
Yeah, Logan started very good in this game. The first end, 2 goodies, and once again followed up with 2 very good bowls there.
Yeah, very quickly into his line and length. Not too bad here, just a wee bit weighted from Lindsay Thomas, but in a good position. That's good. Skip's interested.
Heading the right way. Yeah, it's heading the right way. Might be just a shade high, wide. Good position.
Sean Scott, a renowned singles player with national titles behind him. Also had a pretty successful national championship, the fours and mixed pairs in his home territory. Greenkeeper down at Bannockburn.
Former New Zealand player too, John.
Yeah. I got a message actually from John Gray, also quite a well-performed bowler who doesn't need to be asked more than once to tell us about his wonderful shot in the final of the men's fours at Alexandra a couple of years ago. Just said that Sean Scott's stopped training at the Vic, so that's interesting to hear. The Vic is a famous establishment in Cromwell. Changing his hand here as the jack has moved.
Yeah, good home if nothing else. Scott. He's got the jack, I think, John. Brilliant shot.
Perfect.
Yeah, follow him down, Shane.
Nice weight from Shane, I think. Just a little bit short.
No messing around, is there? They're up quickly onto the mat, these guys, and
just a meter, mate. White's good, mate.
So at the moment, Alexandra holding shot through that last bowl of Scots.
Still a little bit
Last
narrow,
bowl
but
before
might
the
get away with it.
changeover. Yeah. Well, just held slightly there, and an ounce more weight would have brought him around that green bowl. So here's the women and how they've got to where they are now. As you can see, the semi-finalists are Waihi Beach RSA playing Kensington. We saw Diane Strawbridge and her team play a very tight match yesterday. Omako against Balmoral, that's the other semi-finalist. So Balmoral beating Hastings, Omako beating Invercargill. Waimati's losing to Kensington, and Far North RSA, that was the Ian Lomas combination. Some close matches too there. There was one shot, the difference in two of those quarterfinals.
Yeah, I believe Omakau won their game against Invercargill 9-8. So 17
Wow.
shots on the 15 ends played, John.
It indicates it was quite tight. Oh, we were, in fact, we were just talking beforehand, Mark, about playing at Omakau. Little club, quite a drive from, not that far from Alexandra when we played the Nationals down there 3 seasons ago. Well looked after, and of course, teammate of yours, Pam Walker, is in the Para team. Of course, she plays out of there, and it's good to get round it. That's what I loved about the Nationals being in Central Otago, was lots of clubs we played at that you wouldn't normally probably get a chance to play at unless you did a big tour. But most interesting.
Yeah, I was lucky enough to play at both years at Omakau. So the 2 times I've been down to the Nationals,
Oh, great.
Played
Yep.
at that club twice.
Yeah, the team I went down with, we played at Ranfurly. That was the furthest away we played, and while it was a bit of an early start, the trip home was memorable because we went through the Ida Valley and called into a few of those historic and famous old pubs there, just to have a look, and well, not just to have a look, I must say. And we just loved that trip. It was really great. Places like Shadow Creek, we stopped at, yeah.
The scenery down there is just outstanding. Anyone want to go on holiday, that's where I'd be suggesting to go. So it's great down there.
So single to Alexandra on that second end. This is one of the semi-finals, the men's competition, the Somerset Champion of Champion Fours. Leading off for the Alexandra team is Lindsay Thomas. And for Manurewa, Logan Clark, well, he started really well. He's put pressure on early on. He's being watched behind there by Sean Scott. They won't be watching too much of the bowl, but just absorbing a bit of information there. Have all seemed to have sorted their lines out pretty well, pretty quickly, haven't they?
Oh, definitely. That's almost Logan's worst bowl, and it's less than 18 inches away.
Yes. Pretty good correction coming in too from Lindsay Thomas.
Logan's good again.
Yeah. Well, David will be taking all credit for this, of course, won't he? You've listened to me. I've taught you well. Sean Scott's first. a mile away with that.
Be a good go home where this one lands, John. Past the jack.
Well, 5 of the first 6 bowls are in really good positions here.
Yeah, in particular in 4s with so many bowls getting played, all bowls either jack level or just past are really, really good top class and in play. The jack will get moved around in most of these ends that we're playing.
That's pretty good, isn't it? 2 shots there to the red disc bowls.
And we have actually already seen, John, on the first 2 ends, the jack has moved. So I suspect we'll have a jack movement on just about every end we play here. Here's another bowl that might move the jack or close to it anyway. Yeah, I think we'll see some weight now.
Well, I think so, yeah.
Oh, he's only asking for just over the reach, but he'll be up attacking, trying to land a bowl or jack. Bill will just be trying to move the jack here, I think, John, just to tuck it away from where it is out in the open. Just a small touch. Oh, he's a bit quicker than he needed to be.
Yeah. It's probably still holding there, but it was a bit healthier before that, however.
I think we'll see forehand looking for the shot bowl, or maybe even backhand looking for a wick. Yeah, that's what he's suggesting. Wicking off their closest bowl.
So these orange bowls of Shane Drabble looks to be on target too. Well, it still looks like the red bowl, Alexandra, with the shot. Certainly changed it around, as you said, Mark. We're going to see the jack movement probably on every end, which then gets down to tactics and players up the front end knowing that that'll happen and making sure that they're not short, that they're over. There's Trevor.
Some good chances here for Dave, landing the shot bowl for 2 or 3, or just a small trail for a couple. So he'll be arriving on the back end.
Yes,
and he's pretty close here.
Very close.
He's played it, I think.
Yeah.
3.
Oh,
what a shot.
Yeah. Gosh.
No target zones here either for Trevor. So Trevor's only got a backhand draw. Chances are here, John. He's in the area.
Yeah.
Oh, it's really good reply. Whatever happens.
Gosh. Yeah. He's cut it down. Could well have taken it clean for a shot. And that's the fine line that was required.
So swapping to the forehand just to try and beat the last bolt that was in for 3.
This looks a bit tight, but if his weight's okay and gets under that, not quite. Good effort. So a couple there to the blue team, Manurewa. Four-one after 3, 15 ends, very early days in this. So playing on rink number 2, as you can see, and the other action is on the further outside rinks. So the men's other semi-final is Elmwood and Onarahi. And then we have those the women's semi-finals as well. And later on today, we'll have the finals of both of those. Really big day of bowls. I love this. There'll be a lot of people very interested to see how these teams front up. I noticed that Lindsay had his first bowl in the previous 3 ends. First one was short, so he's made sure that he's going to end up taking weight off rather than putting it on. It's a much better position there.
And it's actually easier to try and drop your weight than try and add all day, John. So it's a good idea after you've struggled the first couple of times to just concentrate, get one past, and then work your way back to the jack, which is what he's going to do here. And he's done it very well, I might add. It's much better 2 bowls.
So the women's semi-finals are Waihi Beach RSA playing bowls Kensington, and Omakau playing Balmoral.
He's turned his back on this one pretty quickly. So handy here again. Should be just past probably a yard, but in play as we call it.
Yeah, that's nothing wrong with that really, is it? You see the other, some of the other players just looking out to the side to see what's happening in the other matches. It's Sean Scott now ready to play.
Sorry, John. The key is those bowls past the jack. We can move the jack, a couple of feet, and those bowls become really good then. A 2-foot trail here, and you'd hold 4 shots. So important Sean gets a bowl past the jack, as well as tries to get the shot. So it's two sort of ideas, really.
Two identical bowls pretty much there from Scott. So it may well be that later in this particular end, Trevor Drake says thanks very much for that first bowl from you, Lindsay, because you're way down on the past the 2 metre. We might have to have a wee nudge at this sometime. So anyway, we're a long way from that yet.
Nice last bowl there too from Shane.
Yep, so second shot, able to just push onto those short bowls, and they're not that much short, so they are promotable. They can come into play quite easily, as we see the next bowl from Shane Drabble. Bill Clements just waiting for the call.
Yeah, it sounds like backhand, trying to just work off some of the short bowls or promote them. So this is the idea. Lots of chances on any of these bowls.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, wick off any of them or getting any of them square would have been heading towards the jack area.
Bill Clements, a familiar figure in the bowls area and central. Tucks his hands into his pockets and moves to the side because it's the opposition with the bowl to play. This is David Clark. They're holding one. They're up by 4-1.
So playing will wait through all the front bowls, trying to get a follow through, I think. And close as well.
Oh, could have followed up with that, not quite.
Yeah, he's got 3 seconds now, but and the 2 backers out to the left, so some chances with his next bowl for Trevor.
So you see David Clark being asked to put one, just giving a foot really as to where the shot is or the jack is. Oh, there's that little slide there. He doesn't want to push up that last bowl of his opponent. Now, it's opened a wee bit of a gap there. What do you think here? Playing onto his previous one and onto the jack from there.
It does look like that.
Yeah, that's it.
Gets anywhere near there. He's got 3 seconds, I think, as well. So
yeah,
there's no reason not to reach right through this. He's playing forehand by the looks of it.
And he's now got 2 back bowls.
Yeah, this is close to hitting the jack full or the bowl.
Oh, gosh. Hey, pretty accurate there from Trevor Drake, but doesn't get the result. It's a single to Manurewa. They extend their lead to 5-1.
Yeah, I like the way there's been a lot of bowls in the playing area in these first 3 or 4 ends, John. About 8 or 9 bowls every end, if not more, within that 2 feet to a yard radius, which makes for good bowls and makes for being able to play some good shots.
Good teamwork between the skips there. One flicks the jack over and the other one stands there and straightens it, and neither of them bending down.
Interesting to see Logan swap his hands here, like he'd been playing the ditch side and all of a sudden tried the other hand.
And I thought when it left his hand, I thought that's quite narrow, but it's ended up not too bad. But here we come with Lindsay Just getting inside it. Nice delivery. He's taken extra green, which means he had to add a little bit of weight. He's done it. Fine bowl. Good correction there from the lead for Manurewa, Logan Clark. It hasn't forced Lindsay to change hands.
He's got nice weight again. He's just a fraction under, I think, again. So beautiful weight. Track level twice.
Yep. Front end all playing the forehand. Coming this way now.
A nice home with this bowl, you know, a couple of feet past, and in the playing areas we call it, or the V past the jack. All bowls in that. If we were to put a V on the screen, that would show the importance of getting the bowls in that zone, the playing area we call it.
Just matching that. Sean Scott matching Bryn Morgan's previous bowl. This is Morgan now. Feet over to the left-hand side of the mat. Very safe there because that is his Leeds bowl, the blue one that he's just coming inside now. And he plays a beaut. That's a really good bowl. Yep, asking for the same track. Underneath that bowl of Logan Clark's, which is out to the right as Sean Scott looks at it.
Yeah, he'll just be looking to play a couple of feet through this, John, just to land the shot bowl, trail the jack, and if he misses, he'll get a bowl in a very good spot. So just a little bit wider than he wanted.
Yeah.
And maybe even just a fraction quicker than the skip was asking for. Shane heading to good areas here. That's a nice bowl.
Starting to stack up here for the Manurewa team. They lead by 5-1. Bill Clements, he takes no time on the mat. He's certainly going to be under that blue ball.
Yeah, he's close to landing something.
That'll
good
do
shot.
him. Yeah. So they were 3 down at the time.
So Shane will be just trying to overdraw here, probably holding one, but anywhere near the shot bowl could end up just moving the jack for 2 or 3, and that's their own bowl to promote if he's anywhere near that, which he is. So a nice result here. Well done.
Great result. Holding 2.
So shot in anger by the sounds of that.
Not far away, was it, Bill Clements? You could see that he thought it was in the zone. wasn't far off it, but at least you have an idea of what Trevor Drake will do when he steps up there. It's just a matter of what's behind. We can see a couple of red disc bowls back at around where those feet landed a moment ago. Just a reminder, there are other men's semi-finals. That's Onarahi and Elmwood Park. Elmwood Park leading after 4 ends by 6-2. And then in the women, Waihi Beach have had the better of Kensington in the first 3 ends, leading by 4-0. And Balmoral up 3-2 over Omakal. So we'll keep those progress scores coming up throughout.
So Dave here just trying to cover the back, but he's fallen into the ditch. So missed opportunity to cover. Trevor's driving here. He likes it.
Ooh. Well,
still 2 down.
No change. Yeah.
No change. I think Dave probably just played backhand here and just try and draw a toucher, tuck the jack round the corner for 4. Yep, and he's down the right sort of line. If he's got the weight to move the jack a fraction, he'll make 4 of this. And he's done it, I think. What a shot.
A brilliant shot.
Yeah, even if he hasn't brought the 4th one in, he's tidied up the head quite well as well. So,
and he's added 1, so they've got 3. I think with Trevor Drake, when you look at him and his delivery when he's playing with weight, I think he's a perfect action that we could put to music. Here he goes, having a wee nudge at this. Underneath.
A little under, I think. Yeah.
So good end there for Manurewa. Another good end. They've scored on all but one of the ends so far. It was just delightful. Just about pulled it off here for Trevor Drake. And then there was a beaut draw shot from his opponent, David Clark, in which he nestled in. The jack just took it around the corner slightly and set it up for 3. So there we go, 8-1 after 5 of the 15 ends. And I think, we've got the opportunity to talk a wee bit too, Mark, about, the outside influence that bowls can have. And there are lots of tournaments which are organised for charities and for, for helping family out and in aid of charities, of course. And there's one that I know you're aware of, the Bowls for Life tournament, which is on from the 18th to the 20th of August. And that's raising money for suicide awareness and support. So it's being held at the Bowls Hastings, and if you're at all interested, and you should be if you've got that weekend or those 2 days free, I presume it's a weekend, 18th to the 20th, then check up on the Bowls Hastings Facebook page. So there's an auction, and that will be put up on the Bowls Facebook page as well. So get involved and be supportive. Really good.
Yeah, that's really good what Hawke's Bay have been doing about the Hastings Hornets. I think Merv Brown is involved in that, so good to see their club getting behind something like that.
So it's Bowls Hastings Facebook page. You'll get a lot of details on it from there. Good chance to support what is an absolutely worthy charity. There's 2 blue and white bowls looking good. So, that's Lindsay Thomas getting into the zone. A couple of good bowls here. Just outdrawn, though, by Bryn Morgan.
Yeah, certainly Alexandra will be looking to score this end and just change the momentum a little bit, John. So that'll be their first goal.
Yep, go again, mate. In the waiting, mate. All right.
Very correct sort of delivery from Morgan. Not a bad result. So now the skip, Trevor Drake, calling Sean Scott to just come underneath that probably. That's what he'd like. A different sort of delivery style from Scott. We've commented on that before, where the hand goes back and then there's a wee flick of the wrist. But when he brings it back, he's right on the zone. Is he going to get around that last short bowl? No.
Straight into it, I think, unfortunately.
Just explain that, what you heard there, Mark.
I think he was pretty convinced he can't get under this front bowl, but he's well and truly under it.
Yeah. And almost flicked the jack.
So I'm presuming those bowls he's using must be some sort of Taylor bowl, but certainly a wider bowl than everyone else is using, the ones that Bill's using. So
You heard the Trevor Drake say, not with those bowls you're using, mate, or possibly looking to get round. So now we'll see what he does. He's only got 3 bowls to evade. Orange one in the middle and opposition bowls either side. I know that looks like a red disc bowl out towards the skip's feet there. So playing that hand, he can promote that or come underneath it. Let's see. Neither. Yeah.
Neither, yeah. So one to measure by the looks of this, probably only one.
Yeah, well, Drake said we're too light, probably too light, mate, but sometimes they can be negative when they could be positive, the skips, just to put a bit of pressure on.
Yeah, I think you do that if you're wanting your players to be up. You might just say, oh, it looks like a couple.
Yeah.
To encourage them to be there a little bit more than what you might be calling. Dave will try and draw this quite confidently on the forehand.
He's got Logan's bowl out to his right there. He's got Shane Drabble's, which he's just gone inside. Perfect weight from David Clark.
Yeah, beautiful weight. I think we're going to see some weight here up through the front 2 bowls together. He's going to try and promote them, I'm thinking, or the jack. He's close.
Well, when you think back over this game, 5 ends played, Trevor's really played with weight on most occasions, hasn't he? The majority of his bowls have been with weight, which suggests that Manurewa have been setting up better.
But to be fair, if he hooks the weight and it comes here, that's our only real danger. So both there.
There we go. So not sure if Dave's covering that or not. Doesn't look like he is. Looks like he's trying to draw another one. And the last ball he played could be in the count as well, so it's hard to tell for us from our angles. Well, he's opened up the jack.
Yeah.
So we're going to see weight again here. Yeah, big weight again, John.
Yep, he's going to play the shot that Shane Drabble was saying was the danger for Manurewa.
He's well under needing.
Yeah.
Needing luck. No luck on that.
Well, we can confidently say
removed.
that the Alexandra score remains at 1, and they're measuring for a second here. And it's good news there for Lindsay Thomas. His first bowl is the one that they're measuring, so it stayed there. It's an important bowl. And it's tight. Calling for the umpire. So Logan Clark was down doing the measure. Whistled up one of the umpires very quickly into action. We're looking at the, when you see that last view that we had, Mark, we talked about Dunedin last weekend, and indoor stadium with great viewing facilities, and it's exactly the same at Royal Oak. This new green, which was only, as we've heard over the weekend, put down in February and was then lifted again, replaced straight afterwards because of the flooding. So it's newish, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's the key about all these new venues. You can actually build them around how your club is and how it looks. So it's really quite clever with what they come up with these days.
Yep. So 2 to Manurewa. They now lead by 10-1. So this Alexandra team have now gone 4 ends without scoring, and have only scored on 1 of the first 6. So they certainly do need to hit their straps.
Yeah, we're definitely going to have to see a change in game plan, I think, from the Alexandra team. Whether they start playing the heads different or try and win an end and change the lengths. Something has to change.
Well, certainly a change of length here for Manurewa too, as Logan's put the jack down to the 2 metre mark. Just into that sunshine area. Just past the 2 metre there for Clark with his first.
Yeah, I think Lindsay's just dropped his weight here. Yeah, nice again. 2 good bowls, 2 effective bowls.
Looks like he's added the amount of weight that he wanted to. Played a pretty good bowl here. Yeah, that's good. Great correction that is from Lindsay Thomas.
Yeah, well done after his first one. So puts them back in the end, having one handy one like that for sure.
So certainly Thomas has given the Alexandra team a good start here, an opportunity they really need to score. 15 ends. We've only had 6, but they're down by 10-1. So they've just got to really stop, even if it is just a 1, they've got to stop the steam train that is Manurewa when it comes to scoring in this match.
Yeah, the key is, John, is not to panic too much. It is 9, it is quite a bit, but there's still 9 ends to go. And as we've talked about before, 9 singles and you're back in the game. So, and we've seen it with other games we've done. The team leading, sometimes either, I'm not sure if they go to sleep, but the other team starts coming on and changes the whole dynamics of the game.
Those sort of greenish spotted bowls being delivered by Bryn Morgan, one just over the 2 metre, and this one he's taken back the weight beautifully. This is a good second shot, so we see there that it's important now that Alexandra have nothing short, because it's all setting up for some weighted play from Manurewa. Scott, I think, will just be trying to draw a second shot here. He wasn't far away with his first.
Yeah, he's good here. Touches his own shot bowl. This will be really good. If not, a nice home where he lands.
Yeah.
That's quite a key thing, John, when we're holding a shot. Sometimes it's better just to change the angles a little bit, just touch the shot bowl and change what's actually going on. I think this is definitely one of those heads where you need to change something, because at the moment the shot bowl will go out clean if the Alexandra team attack the second shot bowl there.
Good line here from Bill Clements. Sit that shot for 2, he says. Yeah. Whoa, hard luck.
Yeah. So chance the shot bowl will go clean here if Shane puts us down the right line. He's close here.
He is.
Oh,
what a shot. Oh, from 1 down to possibly 3. Up, I mean.
Yeah, they're playing
Clements
very good bowls.
Oh, aren't
Sorry,
they? Yeah.
John.
Yeah, no, and Clements can draw comfortably and confidently, because he was pretty much in the zone with his previous one. Not a mile away with this either. Pop that up, mate. Not quite. Oof, gee. A good home there too for whatever Trevor Drake wants to do, but that's 3 down now, or 2 and a measure for the Manurewa team. They're up. Blue disc bowls belonging to Manurewa.
Yeah, and the good news is they've actually got the back bowls as well. So not only they're holding a couple, they've got the back covered. So another hard head for Trevor to play to. So very easy for Dave here to just stand on the mat and draw, holding a couple, 10-1 up. And he's not bad either. That's a good shot.
Yeah, a really good shot. Oh, it's wanting them to go at it, eh? That's 2 misses and suddenly you've dropped another 4.
Yeah, big weight here, I think. Yeah, this is big weight. He's missing.
Yeah. And taking out one of their back bowls, Josh.
No danger again for Dave, just to confidently draw another. Doesn't matter where he lands, he doesn't help the opposition.
Okay, Trevor. Give us your dance again. Is he going to play with weight? Yeah.
Yeah, so less weight this time, but still attacking the area. Really needs a result with this bowl.
Good
And
track.
he is close here. He's
Got
close.
the jack, got the shot. No, not quite. Oh, great save from Trevor Drake.
Yeah, he might have actually come back up the rink and got shot with that, you know, John. Be close to it.
Yeah. Umpire it is. Wow, that's a great result when you're looking really in the poo there. And Trevor Drake had missed a wide with his weighted shot early. This time right in the zone and got a remarkable result out of this. May well have got the perfect result, but certainly he's chopped it down. Here we go. Red disc bowl, Alexandra.
And it's amazing how some bowl like that can change what's actually going on. So that could change the whole dynamics of the whole game. Oh, he's touching
It's one
both
to
bowls.
blue by the looks, is he? Yeah.
Well, he's touched both there
Yeah.
as well as both on that one. So
Yeah.
clearly
Yeah, very
one
tight.
was touching harder. One was touching
Yep.
harder than the other.
And also the umpire walks back, patting his back pocket where the money has just been placed. How many money jokes are told to umpires, when they get down? Oh, yeah, handing over $20 notes, or they don't accept a 20 these days. Yeah, it's got to be more than that. A lot of fun. Here we go. Here's the teamwork again. Look at this. Two skips battling against each other, but making sure neither of them has to bend down unnecessarily. So Logan Clark, similar distance to the last one, isn't it? It's about the same distance back from the 2 metre. Oh, look at this.
Another great start. Yeah, it's a great start.
Really in the zone for most of this match. We've had 7 ends almost at the halfway stage, and it's 11-1, the semi-final of the Somerset Men's Champion of Champion Fours. We'll keep you posted on the other games, which include the women's semis and the second of the men's semi-finals throughout this coverage here. Just repeating that Onarahi beat Fairley by 16-6, and Elmwood beat Birkenhead 13-8 in the men's. So Onarahi playing Elmwood, and there's the updated score. And the women's semis, Waihi Beach RSA and Kensington, very close after 5. And after 6, we've got Omakau and Balmoral even closer. 6 all. Yeah, and he should too. Trevor Drake saying I like this a bit. Oh, yeah. Here's Bryn Morgan. He's been pretty consistent. In fact, all these players have had their moments, haven't they? As he just falls a bit short, but not by much. Narrow. That's the main problem with that. As Scott now comes in.
Yeah, I think the difference between the two teams at the moment is the fact that, that Dave Clark's team has had a lot more bowls either at the jack or past the jack. And that's just made the difference. Is the Alexandra team have just had a few bowls like this too many, just that 2 feet metres short, and just makes it that much harder to turn ends over and actually score shots.
So as you look at that, when we see the head again, you'll see 3 of the 4 Alexandra bowls, the ones with the red disc, half a metre or so short. There they go.
Well, there's a great shot here.
Yeah, move the jack even a bit. We touch it. So same line from Scott. And he just
Yeah, he
needed to
just
add a
needs to
foot.
hurry.
Yeah, he's
That's a
got it
good
there.
shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, really good bowl there from Sean. And might even count too, John, so it might even be one and a measure. Just depends on that jack levelish bowl with the blue disc.
Okay, so yeah, Trevor just saying that that last bowl of Sean Scott's was a shot. And the thing for Clements is to get there, or he can, of course, knock up either of those bowls of his own, but he's certainly going to flick off this inside edge here. It'd be good. Yeah, that's good. Or just push it out. That's great. That might be 2 now for Alexandra.
Yeah, that was a good shot there. And even might have brought in that front red disc bowl, so it could be 2 and a measure.
Treble not a mile away either.
So this is the key now, is they've just got to hang on to some of these. They've finally got an end where they're holding shot, and Dave has some work to do. So, and he's not bad here again.
Well, as Skip just said, your black one's a shot, and that's a great position. Yeah, very good.
Just very unlucky not to count with that bowl. So I think 2 and a measure.
Also probably a bit lucky there for Bill Clements that he didn't take the jack, because there's only blue bowls over to the right as we look at them. And that's probably, well, what will we see from David Clark? He's got his bowls to the left as he views them, or there is that trail if he wants to.
Yeah, I think forehand draw. I think just try and pick the wing bowl for one. He'll want to take good green because he won't want to tip in the front red disc bowl and give them another shot. He's got to be close for the weight. He's got just the wrong edge, but might reduce to 1.
Yep. Well, it's not often that we've seen Trevor Drake draw.
On a marvellous line.
Good. Yeah.
Yeah, great shot.
Oh, marvellous bowl.
Small touch.
Marvellous bowl. Yeah, it might be 3.
Yeah, at least 3.
Yeah, there we are. 3 down, they're saying. 3 down now with that after that bowl from Trevor Drake. Yeah.
So once again, Dave's just got to play with good line. He doesn't want to promote one of these front ones and give them a 4th shot. So that's the danger he's on here.
Oh, yeah.
Promoting one of those.
He was narrow. Oh, he's going to get a slide. He was very, very lucky. Very lucky shot, and he gets the shot. And look at Bill Clements with his hand on his head saying, how on earth did that happen? But that does happen.
Yeah, very, very lucky bowl there. But this bowl's worth 3 or 4. They've just got to find a way to get to it. Yeah, I don't think it matters whether you're up or down. There is some shots off at the 2 bowls on the right-hand side. We could play with weight and get a wick off either of those 2 bowls on the right and get out the shot bowl off any of those, which Sean Scott's just helping me out, showing. And that looks like, as long as he's right up at that, because the front red as well, if he gets hold of the front red disc bowl, can promote that right through into taking out that shot bowl. So he's got a lot going for him as long as he's up here.
Well, he played
So
his
I'd
last
probably,
one perfectly.
yeah, I'm thinking it's more ditch weight than anything though, John. I don't think we just can draw
Oh,
down in it.
really?
We've got to
Okay.
play.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm thinking
Play with a
ditch
bit of
weight
weight
for
to, yes. Yes, yeah, you're
to
right.
just get a wick and dislodge the shot, bowl or second shot as it may be, and create the 3 or 4 shots that might be available here.
So it's that wing bowl that he would love to get the wick off. So, yeah, just put a bit of weight there.
It's
Ooh,
pretty
that looks
wide.
doesn't it? Yeah, yeah.
He's certainly got the weight. Unfortunately, it's not the right line. And might even have an umpire in here again. I'm thinking. Well, the umpire's getting plenty of work in this game.
Well, real disappointment for Alexandra. They'll be thinking everything's working against them. For the first time, really, in 8 ends, they'd set it up nicely. They were holding 3 with a chance of getting 4. And you heard earlier on Shane Drabble say, you know, second shot here would be quite handy at the moment. Instead of that, they're measuring for shot. Chalk's going in under the light grey bowl of Clark's. The other bowl is not going to move. Ooh.
That's 1 blue.
Yeah, it is 2. That's, well, gosh. So they keep on scoring. After dropping a single on the second, it's been the Manurewa combination all the way. After 8 ends, they lead by 12-1. I think Trevor Drake said you can straighten a jack yourself now. I'm finished with being friendly.
Yeah, look, Dave was clearly narrow and got a magic result. But like we say a lot of times, if you're not up, you don't get those results. And the good news is he was up and narrow. You can't get those results if you're up and wide. But the game is starting to slip away from the Alexandra team. They are going to really have to start scoring and get moving shortly.
Yes, from a potential sort of 11-5 to 12-1, a big difference. So.
Correct. I'm pretty sure I just saw John Gray standing in the background.
That's him. Yep, standing there, just coffee in hand and watching intently. Not talking for a change. That's interesting.
So I think this is the opportunity now. This is the opportunity, I think, now, John. They've got to climb all over this end with Logan failing to get a good one in there. And Lindsay set them up pretty good to start with.
Yep. Bryn Morgan being given the option of either hand, chooses the forehand. Skip
Sean
quite
heading
enjoys
down the
this
right
one.
way. Yeah, this
Yeah.
is a good shot. Definitely one of the keys, John, is when the opposition play a bad end is you have to climb over it. And at the moment, Alexandra have done all they need to do on this end.
Yeah, all their bowls are in good positions. One over, two on the jack, a third one coming in to ruin that for them. No, they're okay.
Still a pretty good head.
Yeah. That's good conversation there, wasn't it, Mark? You know, that looks to be in my line, says Scott. But if I beat that wing one, that'd just about be shot, would it? Yep. Okay, so the wing one he's looking at is that grey one way out to the left. So he's setting it up so that he's going to avoid that other bowl, which he's not going to, or he might just go inside it. But yeah, really good
No, he's
home.
done that.
Yeah. That's
And
three.
that counts. That's three. Oh, so here's Shane on the drive. He's fairly quick.
Good result.
Yes, got a chalker. He was in the area. So I'm not sure if they realised he got a toucher as well. Doesn't look like anyone's noticed that it was a chalker.
Yeah. Might have to see. Wonder if we could grab a replay of that, because it happens so quickly sometimes, doesn't it? That you just got to be really on top of it to see whether, in fact, the delivered bowl does hit the jack. Good home.
Yeah, it definitely looks like neither team has worked out that might have been a chalker. So
we'll have a look at that replay of that when they change over, when the skips come down to the other end. So it is Alexandra hanging on to that shot. Bill Clements can make it two. And down they come now. We'll watch the end of this. See that it where it stops. Is it in the zone? Is it going to get inside that grey bowl?
that's beautiful weight.
So here we go. Drive from Drabble. Yep.
Yeah, definitely a toucher.
But we saw that in slow motion.
I did pick up on it in real speed,
Yes,
John,
yeah.
that it did touch.
Yeah.
He's looking for the bowl.
Oof. Not a mile away. So really, Drake can't worry about what might happen if the jack goes. He's just got to get points on the board here.
Yeah, just try and draw a couple of shots and not worry. He's on a good line, so it's just down to speed. Doesn't want to chip that in for one down. Yeah, it looks like just forehand draw.
I like that shot because if the heat gets onto the white in the sink, that bowl's not a touch, is it?
So clearly they're attacking here. And he's close. Yeah, he's got it into the ditch. Might have killed. Hard for us to tell. Gone, I think.
Well, good stuff there from David Clark, he and his team are not allowing Alexandra into this game at all. 12-1 it's still after 8 ends. See it from the other end. Oh yeah, just went outside the rink line. Boundary peg. So back we go again.
And interestingly enough there, John, either team could have asked for the bowls to go back and start from the original end. That's what happens when the end is killed. If one team doesn't agree, all the bowls get carried back to the original starting end of before that kill.
Thomas puts one down to the 2 metre mark. Great line. Now David Clark leans on his hands on knees, watching as Logan plays his second. If he likes it, he'll probably go down on his haunches again. Oh no, just applauds instead.
That's pretty good. That's brilliant stuff. I mean, outside of a couple of ends, he's led really well in this game.
I reckon go here now, Bryn. Bring this side of the head to here, mate. Anything over is good.
The noise you can hear is from the other games being played. Looking
to cover here with this bowl. Yeah, looking to cover. Yeah. This is pretty good. That's roughly where Dave was standing, you know. Sometimes we don't need to pile them in on by the jack. It's sometimes about covering, and that's exactly where Dave was standing. So identical to drawing a chalker, as we should put it, because that's what the skip wanted.
Very good. Yep, now just feeding yours. Anything into there, if you drop in for the shot, it's good. Anything into this space here.
Yeah, pretty much just saying to Bryn, ignore the jack. You know, I just want something in here. And he's asked him to fill that gap. There's a big gap there to the right. And that's what he's done.
He's doing it. Yeah, he's doing it very good too. There's two really good bowls.
Come in here, if you get him, it'll bounce it out of an open space. Plant a Tomo's bowl here, mate.
So I think at the moment Dave will just leave this head until the opposition do something. So he'll just be looking to cover for the rest of the end. So he'll be looking to maybe next time cover the two white bowls at the back.
And as we heard Trevor Drake say, you know, Tomo's bowls are back here, meaning Lindsay Thomas. Those are the two blue and white ones. Hard luck. Now they don't need to cover those two because they're covered.
Yeah, they'll just try and beat Sean's last bowl in and get fair shot, and I guess let the opposition do all the work.
Whatever happens, good bowl. Well played, very good. Get in here, Bill.
Oh, brilliant.
Well, we were talking about John Gray earlier, and we saw Colin Williams chatting to him in the background from Bowls, New Zealand, and I wonder whether he wasn't trying to entice him to come and sit down with us for a moment or two, Mark. Be quite good if he did, actually. It'll enable me to go to the toilet. So now Drabble playing his second. Just looking to beat this wing bowl out here on the left. Yeah.
Played it well.
Gosh, there's not much there for them, is there? Here we go. Nice wait for him up for it. That bowl coming back won't be all bad.
Yeah, it's another good end played by Dave's team. They've got shot, they've got third, fourth, fifth probably. It's just another magic hit.
So have we got John Gray there now, have we?
Afternoon, fellas.
Hi, mate. Good, we haven't been taking the mickey out of you at all.
I'm sure you haven't.
Well, the only thing I've been asked really is to see if I can back up my comment earlier that if someone was to ask you about that wonderful shot you played in the final of the fours in Alexandra a couple of years ago, would you be able to talk about it in less than 30 seconds, starting now?
I've forgotten about it already.
Oh. Yeah, good. Yeah. Well, those that were there loved it, and you had to shout, I think, for the team after that. Anyway, this is a really good effort here, isn't it, from David Clark and his team to just really shut Alexandra out all the time, haven't they, John?
Yeah, they've been really tight up front, haven't they? It's been tough for Drakey to get anywhere near it.
Welcome, John. Mark here, so good to see you on board.
How are you, Mark? They've been pretty good up front, haven't they? Young Logan's been pretty tight.
Yeah, I just made that comment at the end before that virtually outside of two ends, he said two bowls inside a foot and a half. And that's where definitely the games are won.
Yeah, Drakey's felt pretty, I was speaking to him, he's feeling pretty frustrated. Usually you're waiting for the lead to go off for a while, but he hasn't kind of done that.
And really, he's, apart from that last end, he's had to play with weight all the time, hasn't he?
Yeah. Yeah.
And we've got the same here, backhand runner for the front bowls, trying to get out the shot bowl. It's just shade wide again.
It's getting to the tough end of the game as well. You've got 6 ends to go. 7.
Yeah, that's 13-1 now. They've just replayed the 9th end, and now we'll just watch Logan Clark. Have you seen much of him playing, John?
I've seen him come through, but I haven't played much against Logan, mainly against Dave. But he's obviously very handy. And I went over to Australia and played with all the Alexandra boys, which is the reason I'm showing my support for them.
Yeah, good. That's good. Well, they're a good bunch, aren't they?
Yep, they're good tourists.
So perfect line here from Logan Clark again. Not often as we've mentioned several times, has he been astray, but even though that looks a fair way over, it's not. It's in a very good position. And for Lindsay Thomas to get a couple inside that, he'll need to be on song. Gets the first one inside it. That's a great facility now, isn't it, John, with the artificial down on the cover, you know, the roof, and it's a very good viewing facility there for those who don't want to venture outside.
Oh, it's tremendous, really. I mean, this morning it was very cold, but the facility itself is amazing.
Yeah. Well, you can sense, as we said earlier, that for viewers clicking in for the first time today, you see a couple of players wearing beanies, a couple wearing shorts, so that's interesting. And as there is a bit of coolness in there, some sunshine coming through the windows here, as we can see. And unfortunately, Lindsay Thomas can't match his first one.
You won't be happy with that.
No, you can look at him bouncing on his toes a bit, hands in pockets, which has been a familiar pose for him throughout and for others too.
Yeah, like I said earlier, that's the difference between the two teams. Is Dave Clark's side has put all their bowls in play, and unfortunately, Trevor's team has struggled to put them all within that area we can get shots on.
Yeah, hence that score that we saw on the board, 13-1. So Sean Scott looking to sit, beat, or reach the jack. Hasn't quite got there.
Yeah. It'd just be so
you
frustrating.
mentioned, yeah, John, you mentioned that Sean's given up training at the Vic. Interesting comment.
I think that's between you and him, myself.
Oh, is it? Ah.
He was concerned about you wearing slippers.
Yes. Yeah. Here we go. Inside that, we'll flick that one in. Yeah, it's a nice little wick off that outside bowl.
He's got to get one in play.
Thomas looks the other way. Yeah, absolutely.
So, John, what do you think they're going to do if they win an end here? What do you think the game plan is to try and change?
Well, I would say, funnily enough, they've played long ends for the last 3 games I've watched them, and I'd say they'll be shortening it up. Because they're going to change something, don't they? Whether it's the mat up, kitty back, or... But something's got to change.
But do they do that with confidence, as you say? They've been playing long ends all the time.
Oh, they've got to change.
It's not as if they've been a mile away with stuff. It's just that the opposition have been better, haven't they? And that's sadly, teams are allowed to be better than the other, which I always think should be banned when you're in a team that's being bettered. Bill Clemens is quick on the mat again.
He is a quick player.
Needs a rub.
Yep.
So Dribble's first one is in a great position there. Second one's going to be pretty good as well.
I think swap of hands here, John. Try and sit the shot bowl, trail jack. But
Yeah.
doesn't look like he's looking at that.
No.
I think sometimes you've got to create some play and some luck, and the only way to do that is to change things up all the time.
Yeah, it looks like Clemens wants to change.
Yeah. If he lands the 2 oranges, could be helpful.
That shot you called, though, Mark's still on, so like you said, they've got to change something up. And
so Lawson's team from Elmwood Park leading by 12-5. That's the second of the semi-finals against Onarahi. And in the women's semis, it's 5-all. In one of those, it was 6-all in the other. Well, gosh, a big break there. It's now 16-8 to Balmoral after 10 ends.
Yeah, Dave's had the luxury of getting to the match, having to draw all game, hasn't he? He's been very lucky to not have to play many weighted shots.
It's getting to a stage where they have to score.
Yeah, chance for a bit of luck.
Yeah, he got
Yes,
it.
got it. Interestingly, if Dave doesn't do much here, there is a trail to trail the jack out to the right-hand side as we look at it for maybe 4. So I'm not sure if anyone will pick that up. So if Dave fails here, Trevor does have an opportunity. There are 4 bowls, as you can see, out to the left-hand side. If we were to take a risk and try and trail a jack out there. Well, he's actually on the forehand trying to draw for 2. Sometimes we do have to take some risks at 13-1, and we haven't had a draw shot in the whole game. It's a big ask to add.
It's close,
Gets
though.
a wicket, might add. He's close. Still just be 1, I'm thinking. One it is, I think, guys. So here's the change, John. Matt up.
And they just have to try that, don't they? They have to try something different. And hopefully Tomo gets onto it.
I think the key here is just to get a couple past it and work on it. That's where I think, unfortunately for Lindsay, he's just been let down with his first bowl in general, just been that bit short. Yes. And he's done that a fair bit, John.
It's just days that sometimes just doesn't go your way. You can't find that correct weight. And he's just hit that today. He struggled in the quarterfinal as well.
And these are the ends you need to climb on when Logan's chucked up very average for what he's chucked up in the game. But 13-2, we've seen other games get turned around even at this late stage. Still 5 ends. You only got to get a 3 and then a 2, and all of a sudden.
Play it on that tighter line on this week.
You'll be hoping young Logan's off the call here. He's pretty happy, isn't he?
But some opportunities on this head because we've got 1 in play. There's no bowls really, really close. So it's just a matter of build up the head and see what we can create. And Sean's on a great track here if he's got the weight.
Yep, Drake will be happy with that.
Yeah, Drakey might be thinking, oh, I might get to draw.
All down here.
Yeah.
Well done.
The good news for Alexandra here, though, it doesn't matter that we're one down. It's just build bowls in a zone, and then hopefully someone can play one big bowl and change what's been going on. That's the key when you're behind.
Yeah.
Yep, positive on that line now. Sit there, bold. Little touch of the jack's good.
So Morgan looking to place another one in that zone, and he's not far off it again. Yeah, 2 good bowls. That's Skip, who's very pleased with his front end. There's no doubt about that.
And suddenly Drake is looking for shots.
Yeah, of course, once again, the problem is he's got 3 bowls, either jack, level or short, and only 1 bowl passed. And that's where it becomes hard to create numbers.
Oh, your weight was good too. I think we'll stay on that hand, Drebs. Draw.
It's a pretty good line again from
Ball
Drabble.
on the head. Good ball, mate. Well done.
Well,
Sitting down. That's sitting down, but if you come down here, sit on that or sit there.
I think what's got to happen soon is the whole game plan's got to change. We've got to start playing different types of shots and talk as a team about putting bowls in areas rather than actually trying to draw to the jack all the time. Here's a good shot coming in, though. Yep, well done. Brilliant.
Well done.
Four balls, put everything in there, mate.
They must have heard you, Mark.
Well, you just got to do it sometimes. You got to take risks and go, look, if we drop 4 or 5, who cares? We're all in now. Shane's played a good reply here, though. This is a great shot. What a shot.
oh, gosh.
1 down, but all of a sudden the head's turned around again and Dave Clark's side is back in with bowls in play. And Trevor's got to play tough shots again to make 2.
Yep, so look at Drake, he's just looking back up and probably just looked at the scoreboard then and thought, oh, God, is it 13-2?
I think this is clearly not a good head for them. So I think if they can just scramble, get 1, work on the next head and try and get 3 or 4 bowls in a playing area and play some different shots that they wouldn't normally. This is not a good head to try and create anything on.
Well, he's got to get under that. He's not going to. Yeah. Well, there's those 3 bowls that you can see promotable, but it's getting that orange one out of the road, of course.
Has he got 3/3?
Maybe,
Yeah.
but I think Dave will draw confidently here because he can get hold of the jack or sit the shot bowl or turn his own one over. He's got a lot going for him by just overdrawing here. And that's exactly what he's doing.
Right, up comes the Alexandra skip, who's really been under the cosh all day, with the opposition front end of Manurewa just making life difficult for his team. So Drake comes up to have a look. What can they salvage out of this? Hasn't gone right up to the head. In fact, he's on his way back already. Just listen to Bill Clements, who says, do what I tell you and you'll be okay. Oh, he looks to be wide, doesn't he? Yeah. Unless he gets...
No. And Dave's got a pretty safe shot here, just to overreach. Yeah. So, a couple of feet through either orange, actually, or the shot bowl clean. And he's pretty close, I think. No, he's wide.
Well, there it is. Just another shot there for the trailing team, which is Alexandra. And a smiling Lindsay Thomas has the mat and the jack in his hand.
They've gone to work out what to do.
Yeah,
Definitely a team talk.
So, John Gray, thanks very much for joining us, mate. It's been a delight to have you on board, and you're a familiar face on the greens and also supporting bowls around the country. So continue to do that, mate, and we'll catch up again, I'm sure, sometime soon.
My pleasure, boys. Thanks very much.
Cheers.
Yeah, so I think the key thing here for Trevor's team is actually to get the jack somewhere and start getting bowls past it. That's got to be the key.
Yeah, and as John Gray mentioned, they've been playing long ends all the time, so the mat's way back at the 2 metre. We'll see where the jack ends up.
I'm thinking of a real little one just over the peg. Oh no, they're going T to T.
Yeah, 2 to 2. That heavy jack, you could sense he wasn't holding back on that. Well, that's what they wanted. They had a quick discussion, and I think, quite rightly, it is a bit of a change-up, but not much. And honestly, the way this Manurewa team, front end in particular, has been going, probably no length would upset them. The key is that Lindsay gets one relatively close, or a couple reasonably close. He's got his line okay here, but it's going to be a metre short.
Yeah, and Logan's hopped onto it straight away.
Yeah.
And I guess the other problem about playing this length, they become a bit harder to kill as well, John. So it does take away some options.
Around that, is he? Yeah, just so. Another good home.
Yeah, Logan's played a very good game here. Outside those 2 or 3 ends that I said, he's had bowls either just past or alongside the jack. That has been the big difference in the game.
Well, if they're going to change it up at all, Alexandra, they're down by 13 to 3. Maybe you could see that intention there from Scott. Certainly not going to be short. Nothing short, boys. Get them over. And there may be attack early on, Mark, if that's part of the plan. Let's see what they do here with the next one.
Yeah, I just think something similar here. I mean, if you draw a shot, you draw a shot, but if you get past,
Yeah.
then it opens up trails of jack on the other hand, and that's where they've got to start trying to build, is trying to get bowls in areas. I don't think they're actually going good enough at the moment just to draw shots and win the game.
No,
They have
no.
to create things. And unfortunately here, Sean's not quite up.
So we're playing the 12th of 15 ends. We've had one kill in this game, and the other matches are all still going, with the women's semi-finals being Waihi Beach against Kingston and Omakau against Balmoral, and the other men's matches, Elmwood against Onarahi. You see the scoreboard there. 11 ends played, 13-3 for Manurewa.
There we go. Trevor's asked from the swap hands.
Yep. So Elmwood Park up 14-9 now after 10. Waihi Beach, Kensington 7-5. 12 shots after over 9 ends. And 17-10, Balmoral leading. We'll be showing the women's final and the men's final live today as well. Oh, okay, I've just been corrected on that. I thought I had a very long day today. So just the women's final. And while we'll be covering the women's final live, we'll have end-by-end scores on the men's final, so you won't miss anything. Oh, there's a good shot.
Yep, I think Trevor will be doing the same here, trying to get hold of the jack and move it a bit. He's got 3 bowls out to the left-hand side. Doesn't matter that he's holding one. He needs to create stuff. So trying to draw the jack back maybe a foot and a half, might make 4. So he'll be playing the backhand. Yep, nice aggressive line. Just got a hold for the jack now. Just got a hold. Not the back of it. Well, it's created a chance for 5 or 6, so I wouldn't be disappointed with that. Because now if he gets some of the jack, it's definitely 5. I think Dave should probably play the 4 in and try and cover those. I wouldn't be in a hurry to try and take that bowl out. He's got 3 seconds, but I don't think he should do that.
So Trevor goes up and has a chat to his, as we know, good mate, John Gray. So there's no doubt what David Clark will be endeavouring to do. He's seen that shot that is the potential for big points for his opponent. Oh, no, he's not doing any sort of cover or anything. He's just going to draw. Is he? Oh.
No, he's trying to cover those bowls.
Yeah.
He's done it not bad. He's made it a lot harder. And he's got 4 seconds as well, so it's pretty hard now. Yeah, so they've now given up on that. They're going to draw to a second shot for 2.
Plenty of room. Yeah, dearly love to, eh? A long way to knock up that blue one that's there. Is he going to be around that?
Yes.
He's certainly pretty good. Oh,
Yeah, could be. Might only be one.
okay. So just the one, and with David Clark, the way he's been going, who's to predict that he mightn't just trickle a jack and get a couple somewhere? Oh, play onto the orange, as you're thinking.
Well, I'm thinking one down, just try and draw a shot somewhere. You don't need to do anything too rash.
Trevor's last bowl. Yep. Yep. The only problem is you're a chance to knock the blue. I don't like to say we're only one down. Draw around it. Yeah, but yeah, if you just need to round the grey, you're a chance.
Yeah, just a nice draw shot. No big deal if we fail.
He's certainly going to be around that grey, but he might just flick that blue one in. No, so Alexandra not getting any luck at all there. So they take the one out, and the roll continues for Alexandra. 3 ends in a row. Time's quickly running out. They've got 3 ends to play. It's 13-4.
So they need 3 threes now, John, to actually get the draw in this game. So Matt back on the tee.
Yep, I don't want to hark a bit on it about it, and probably Kiotoa and Timarul won't thank me for it, but last week in that women's triples, when one team was up by 14-0, weren't they, at one stage, and ended up losing it on an extra end. So, you know, while you wouldn't think that that would happen here with the way the Manurewa team is playing, you know, mathematically, as you've just pointed out, Alexandra could be up. Mathematically, they could still win this.
I think that's the key. Is you got to keep trying. There's no point in just giving up. And here's a bit better start. So this is something to build on. So we chuck a lot of bowls in an area. So if you can put 2 together, then you can create 3s and 4s, which is all they can try and do at this stage. And Logan's still playing pretty good, though. How good is this? Brilliant stuff.
Yep.
He's had an outstanding game of bowls.
Come on, Tomo. Just follow it down.
Yeah, key just to play the same bowl, John, or similar. There or thereabouts, and we work on it. And he's done that. He's played two good bowls together, so his job is done.
Yep.
One of the key things as well, John, is not to rush to try and create the number. A lot of teams might rush with their number 2 player here to try and get the bowl out or trail the jack now. So there's no hurry to do that. Let's just build on the head and create the number later.
Don't just walk to it, try and get it.
And that's exactly what Trevor Drake's called, isn't it? Another one there, but if he could, sit the shot, it'd be fine. But another one in there.
Yeah, a couple of feet past. Doesn't matter if he turns the head over. He'll have 3 around it now. And this is pretty good. No jack. It's a bit unfortunate to move the jack away from his bowls, but that happens as well.
Nice clean run to the jack here, mate. Draw down. Only one light. Logan's second shot behind.
Well, Bryn Morgan has really, when given the option, has played his forehand. He's played that well. He's called to play the backhand this time. Played it pretty well, hasn't he? Oh, yeah.
Good well, buddy.
Yep.
Well played. You just played one there. You used that.
Same bowl again, Trevor's asking for.
Oh, that's all right.
He's short, eh?
Yeah, I think just another bowl on the head now, Brent. Into there. If it goes in for a shot, good, but anything into my foot is good.
Bryn jogging
That's
down
really-
after that. Oh, yeah,
That's really good
nicely
here.
evading that wing shot, that short bowl of Scott's. Right in there.
Still can get their 3 and in. Just Bill and Trevor to draw a shot each, and they'll get the 3.
Yep.
Clear that.
Around that.
Yeah, it's close to counting.
Oh,
Yep,
yeah,
that's good
yeah,
enough.
yep. There's 2 of your 3, Mark.
What do you see down there? 2 down. Sort of like play through Logan and Bryn's bowl sort of weight. On, yep, down there.
That's sometimes quite good. You've got experience down there with Shane Drabble, but just saying, how do you see it from down there? And sometimes it's just a different perspective, isn't it? From the guy on the mat, I see it down there. Okay.
And most skips will normally let their 3s play that.
Yep.
Bill draws another one. That'd be quite good. Here's a
Yes.
chance. He's very close. Same wick.
It's the same. Oh, same wick.
Not quite.
Yeah, not quite as fine. It's probably a nuisance actually that he's moved that, but at least now they're in there with 2.
Shane's
Drabble
close to
playing
the
with
jack in the
mate.
ditch.
Oh,
He's got the
gosh.
kill. I think that'll be a kill. Yep, that's a killed end.
There you go. Here we see the replay of this shot. Could hardly see the jack. Probably couldn't, but knew where it was. And look at David Clark grinning. Everything we're doing is turning to gold. It's been fantastic. They take the bowls back this time. And another frustrating end for the team from Alexandra.
The good news is, though, they actually had a lot more bowls. They chucked 2 goods from Lindsay off the start, and then Sean trailed the jack, and then Bill drew a shot. So that's all about what they need to do from here.
So Elmwood Park, that's Lawson against Warragedjib. 15-9. Waihi Beach 8-all now, Kensington. Gosh. 19-10 still Balmoral leading in that second women's semi-final. Again, though, Logan Clark is up to it.
Nice here.
Right, so again, Thomas has given them, the Alexandra team, something to work on, or work with.
So key here for Sean is to make sure he's up really more than anything. If he adds, that's good, but if he can get a yard past, that will help later on. Unfortunately, he doesn't quite have the weight.
Oh, gosh, no. He'll be annoyed at that. Oh, he needs to not hit that in for his team. Oh, just no movement.
Yeah, swapping hand now, Sean, so he'll be just overdrawing a couple of feet through the shot bowl. Yep, nice aggressive line. Just needs to hurry now. So Bill on the backhand trying to land the shot bowl, just trail the jack away.
Just reinforcing the score there, 13-4 after 12 ends. That's on the scoreboard here, where don't have to worry about the, oh, well, gosh, this is interesting. Right throughout, Bill Clements has been playing very steadily, hasn't he? He hasn't missed by much. That's probably his worst bowl of the day. Treble, so I don't know how many seconds have they got there.
Yeah, I think Bill's definitely got to get another counter in here and give them a chance at that 3 and end.
So we've just heard in the women's that Balmoral have won by 21-10. That's Tessa Farley's team from Balmoral beating Pat Kitty of Omakau. So 21-10. So Balmoral will be through to today's final. And that'll be against either Kensington or Waihi Beach. And that's currently 8-all, so a really tight match that. And the other men's game. Yeah,
sorry, John. I was a
on,
little bit surprised there with Dave Clark's team driving at that, because they don't want to kill the end. They're only one down.
And really, there could have been that disastrous one where they take out, all of their second shots and leave the opportunity for Alexandra to get in with some numbers. So now it's up to Trevor Drake to draw a couple. There he is. He's drawn pretty well when he's been given the opportunity. This looks pretty narrow here. With his bowls might hold. If he sits that shot, is he? Gee,
Yeah,
Okay.
he's trying to trail the jack for 3
Yep.
or 4. That's the play.
Because I think that blue one out to the side. Oh, that's against them, though, isn't it? I think, yeah, out to the left as we were looking at it. That one that's at about 10 o'clock. Clark might play a
close
shot
to
for him.
setting the ball. Yeah, that was a great shot. But still 1, but a trail is 4. If he wants to take the gamble, he gets the jack back a yard. It's 4 shots. So
And that's
I think you're
certainly
sort of like,
what his three's asking.
yeah, like you're in or out. You peel your own bowl. Who cares? But a trail's 4 and 13-8 just makes these last couple of ends a little bit more interesting. Clearly, if he misses and gets his own bowl, that will be game over. Yeah, Trevor's agreeing that we need 3 and end.
Yeah. Bill said, I know. Just thought about that.
I don't think it matters what hand he plays this. He's just got to get jack movement. It's whatever hand you're most comfortable with. I think he played backhand the last one. It's backhand again, but it's hard to play backhand then swap to the forehand.
It looks clearer down backhand, doesn't it, as well?
Yeah, it's not as many short bowls. There's quite
No.
a few short bowls on the forehand.
Meanwhile, David Clark will totally sympathise with why Trevor Drake's taking time.
Yeah, aggressive line
Yeah,
and close.
very close. Whoa.
Got his own.
Oh,
Got his own
took
clean.
his own. Gee. That's it. That'll be 4 shots probably, and they're shaking hands. They are. That was a do-or-die shot from Trevor Drake. It was there to get 4, 3 or 4, but instead he was just slightly offline. He took out his own shot bowl. There were lots of blue bowls there, and so the victory goes to the blue stickered team, Manurewa, a 4 on the last, and they have won it by 17 to 4. 17 to 4, so it will be Manurewa who go through to the final, and we've seen already one of the women's teams proceed to the final. That's Balmoral over Omakal. We will have a look at some highlights, and then we'll also show you the latest progress on those other 2 matches which are still going at the moment. And then we'll be back for more live action later on. Thank you very much, Mark. Cheers.
Think age is just a number. Love the life you choose at Somerset Retirement Villages.
like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared out in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times are
Well, we're back at Royal Oak Bowling Club in Auckland for this final final part of the broadcast of the 2023 National Champion of Champion Fours, sponsored as usual by Somerset. And as you can see, some players in action. There are two finals on at the moment, and we'll be showing you the women's final, but keeping you posted on every end scores on the men's final as well. So the women have already thrown up the jack for the first end, and the teams who'll be playing will be Balmoral and Kensington. This is the Kensington lead, who is Barbara Hopper. You might have seen her in play yesterday. The two will be Janice Little, Dawn Owens at 3, and Diane Strawbridge is, of course, the skip. So Kensington, one of the finalists representing Northland, they're against Balmoral, the county's representatives with their, or not quite that team there, or Manurewa. No, we're not. We're doing Balmoral, and it's a women's game. The lead is Linda Farley, and she is. At 2 is Katie Merritt. Margaret Rouse will be at 3, and Tessa Farley, outstanding young player, is skip. And the noise you can hear at the moment is probably Kevin Hickland trying to put his headphones on quietly, but not succeeding. So, Kevin, you're there, and good afternoon to you. This could be a classic final, because these two have had a really tough semi-finals, haven't they?
Yeah, they certainly have, John. The Kensington side had a pretty lengthy game in their semi-final match, and the Balmoral girls from Auckland, skipped by Tessa Farley, of course the curling expert. They've come through and been good. I mean, always been a strong competitor here in Auckland, so yeah, I'm sure. And they've beaten some very good sides on the way through, both of these combinations. So yeah, we'll be in for a good final.
So we'll see there that the Kensington team have the red stickers on their labels.
And Diane Strawbridge.
So
Diane Strawbridge is skip for the Kensington club, winner of numerous titles in the north. Very well performed player. So top skip.
And this is number 2 for Kensington, Janice Little, playing her first bowl. Yesterday we watched Kensington with Diane Strawbridge's team. This is the team that will have the red stickers and therefore feature up the top of the scoreboard. We saw them play a really interesting and close encounter, but gosh, they just seemed to have the edge throughout, and it mainly came from Barbara Hopper, their lead. Those are her purplish bowls with the red stickers on, one short, one over. And here we see the first bowl coming in from Katie Merritt for Balmoral. Now, Katie's just a first-year player, so getting this far will be extraordinary for her.
Great achievement, and of course Tessa Farley as well. Still relatively new bowler, but has certainly chalked up some very good results here in Auckland, and a player that certainly to keep your eye on for the future.
So first end, it's 15 ends, no time limit. And as I mentioned, the men are playing at the same time. That's Elmwood Park, skipped by Gary Lawson, who beat Onarahi 17-13 in their semi-final. And they're playing against Manurewa. And we saw that game live, David Clark's team, who beat Alexandra 18-4. And they didn't complete the 15 ends. It was just a fantastic performance from Clark's team, shutting out the opposition all the way through. So there's the shot now, and it's the blue disc. That belongs to Balmoral.
Yeah, lovely bowl, toucher. Just got that rest on the jack, just moved it slightly. And the county side, the David Clark skip side, that was a very, very good, sound, resounding win, really, John, in the semi-final side, event, because the Central Otago side, very, very good side as well, and the Manurewa boys were just too strong on the day.
Yep, they never allowed them to settle or get to a situation where they were going to score points. I think they went about, I've got my scorecard here, they went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 ends without scoring. So it was a pretty impressive display. So Alexandra really shut out of that.
Yeah, so
So Diane Strawbridge doing a lot of lifting at the moment, not what she wants to be doing.
Tessa Farley, of course, part of the Auckland High Performance group, and done very well with this Balmoral side. Of course, firstly to win the Auckland Champion of Champions, and now, of course, in the final of the New Zealand Champion of Champion Fours. So, a wonderful achievement for this relatively, well, young in years on the greens, I suppose you could say, John.
Getting our first look here at Margaret Rouse, who's the 3 for Linda Farley from Balmoral.
It's on a good line. This bowl comes down towards the head and the centre line, or just sit in behind. It's a very handy bowl for the Balmoral side on this first end of 15 as the skips change over. And it's also great to see John here at Royal Oak in the new complex. There's a very, very good crowd here of supporters watching this event from inside the clubhouse. And the good thing about this, the new Royal Oak complex, is there is ample viewing both outside right along the front of the club and just inside the club rooms as well, where it's set up in such a way. You can see there on the cameras the people within the lounge area there at Royal Oak. So there is plenty of viewing available here, and they've certainly built a wonderful new complex here at Royal Oak.
So we see contrasting ages at the far end there with Tessa Farley against Diane Strawbridge. Just another indication of this being a sport for all ages. This is our first look at Tessa Farley, who also has dabbled in indoor bowls successfully. And here she is, her first bowl, looking to come inside that orange or yellow bowl that's there, and she does so. That's a nice line, and it's a good bowl. So it's an indication of what she's capable of. So it's one under measure probably to the Balmoral team.
Close to counting, one would think. Having a good look is the number 3, Margaret Rouse, having a good look.
She's just saying one.
One down.
That's
so Diane Strawbridge will follow the bowl of Tessa Farley's on the forehand, trying to get just to drift underneath the Jack Low bowl. Just going to stay on that wide side. Had good weight to get movement to the jack, or sit inside the bowls.
Margaret Rouse just walks up and confirms her opinion of it and tells her skip, Tessa Farley, that you're holding one and it's maybe a measure for 2, or you might have 2. Here we go. This might be 2 if she comes inside that bowl again. And she does, flicks that in, pushes it in, that might be 3.
You would think that touch on those bowls, John, yes, you would think it would be advantageous to the Balmoral side. Out comes the tape.
Taking one out.
So going back to firstly to the Kensington, going to the bowl and behind the head, coming around now to the Balmoral bowls. It was 2.
So now a good start there is Linda Farley, who's the mother of the skip, Tessa, as we have a look at this final. This is how we're going to show it to you all day, with the red line on the left belonging to Manurewa. So they've started with a single against the Elmwood Park combination. Manurewa skipped by David Clark and Elmwood Park by Gary Lawson. Going for the long jack down to the 2 metre mark.
Certainly, yeah, a full length head. So Linda Farley will play a match all the way back on her backhand to this full length head.
There we see on the left, in the hands of Diane Strawbridge, the familiar lifter that she's got with the 5 of hearts on one side of that tag that's waffling, and the Queen of Hearts, I think it is, on the other. That's what Mark Noble had spotted yesterday.
A good opening bowl from Linda Farley, just slightly jack high, but certainly had the right green all the way. And this bowl here of Barbara Hooper's will be lower the jack and might finishes jack low, handy enough. It's been interesting, John, the comments from the players here in this event have been complimentary about this new surface here at Royal Oak. It's running well. I was talking to Gary Lawson at lunchtime, and he thinks the surface is very, very good. It's got a couple of quirks in it, as have all greens, but overall, very impressed with this new surface at Royal Oak.
That's good, and as we chatted yesterday about this, that it was laid in February and then got the floods meant that it had to be lifted and replaced, and so not the greatest of starts. Not like this from Barbara Hopper, though. That's what we saw so much from her yesterday.
Right in behind the jack on this full-length head from the Kensington lead. And Kathy Merritt, the first-year player for Tessa Farley, making every attempt to get down to the shot bowl area. Won't be that far away. This opening bowl on the just slips by, but pretty handy.
I think this is good too, to see Katie Merritt, a first-year player, but not being thrust into the role of lead, which can be quite destructive for a player, can be soul-destroying. If you're not quite getting there, you're so exposed as a lead. So they've got her in at 2. Obviously, she can play that position well, but the experienced Linda Farley is leading.
So Janice Little put in another bowl on the head for the Kensington side. It's a nice delivery on the backhand from Katie Merritt. Certainly got that hand out well. Hands itself that the bowl will work on the way back towards the centre line. Just going to miss that metre of weight.
I'd be interested to know what sports she's played prior to taking up bowls, because it's often it's people who've played a variety of other sports, and golf and tennis and all those sorts of things that have a bit of hand-eye coordination, and a lot of those players can just slot into bowls quite quickly. So she's certainly done that. That's just a handy bowl there too.
By, but certainly in a good area. So Margaret Rouse now the number 3 for the Balmoral side of Bowls Auckland on the backhand.
Well, she's looking to sit this shot, and she's not going to be a mile away.
She's going
Maybe
to get
the jack.
Jack movement.
Oh, great. Yeah, brilliant. Takes it into the ditch.
Of course, in there sitting, you see that Merritt, John, of that back bowl, the Linda Farley lead bowl. You can see there, just sitting under the number, which would be the second counting bowl.
My foot's a shot, even here.
So Dawn Owens backhand, searching to get past that orange bowl, which belongs to Linda Farley, the lead of the Balmoral team. Oh, she's played this well. And under it. Yeah, nice little break. Oh, gosh, no, not quite.
Just a couple of feet there. You can clearly see on that camera angle there where the counting shots are. The toucher in the ditch. And that front orange and blue multicoloured bowl. These are the 2 counting bowls. So can now Margaret Rouse change her hand, come round to those front bowls and draw another counter. My goodness, this is in a good line as well. If it stays up.
Well, that's The previous shot, of course, was that weighted shot which took the jack into the ditch. It looks like Balmoral are holding a couple.
Well,
So now Dawn needs to really add a metre and a half on her last.
it doesn't need much, that's for sure. Got the bowl out on a fairly wide arc, though. And will it come back from there? Not sure whether it will come all the way back. Oh, drew right to the ditch board.
Wow.
That, I imagine, would be...
Oh, might be the shot. You always favour the one in the ditch, don't you? But
Tessa Farley indicating that they have got one, but there's not much between...
no.
Here's a bit. There we go. There's a bit of, let's say, another way of measuring early on.
Yep. And there's no rules that say you can't do that. So you look at Farley now, probably looking at that bowl way to the left there on the lip of the ditch. She could flick that in, or she can... Well, it looks like she's playing the other hand, the forehand, is she? Yep. Yeah. So she can draw around those.
She gets past the orange bowl, her mother's bowl, in fact, and not going to do so. It's going to come up short of the head. And for those watching, as you well know, John, drawing right to the ditch, it's a challenging bowl to get that. The margin of error is pretty small, isn't it?
Yep. Absolutely. I mean, that one of Dawn Owens, it's absolutely fantastic. It could have another slight bit of momentum and it would have been in the ditch, as we see Diane Strawbridge now searching for a promotion, or she gets a promotion of a red bowl, which is her own.
Got one of her own
still
bowls.
That orange one. Yeah, that orange one right at the bottom of your screen is second shot. No, probably holding Kensington out of 2 shots. Here we go. Now, she's added quite a bit to this.
This is a good line bowl here from Tessa Farley, and just going to roll it into the ditch, but certainly was on a good line to be in the counting area. Having a good look now to see.
Do you think we're down? I think we're down to this orange one, Diane. So any movement of these would be real.
That's
interesting.
So what the indication was that the bowl, orangey coloured bowl, right underneath the number 2, the call from Dawn Owens was that she feels that that's actually the shot bowl in the ditch, and endeavouring to play up to these bowls to get a turn, and is going to do so. Well, one roll.
Well, that's interesting. It doesn't look like it, does it? So I lift one up and then... No, it doesn't. Gosh, that's so deceptive. If they think that orange bowl is the shot...
I think so.
So called the umpire.
Good idea.
That's a good idea to do that. And, of course, running in conjunction with this is the men's final. Gary Lawson of Elmwood up against David Clark of Manurewa. And looking through the window, I can see that 2 ends have now been completed. And I'm sure we'll put that score up in but a moment. And there's the draw in front of you of how Lawson and David Clark, Gary Lawson and David Clark in post-section play have made their way through to the final here in the Somerset Champion of Champion men's fours.
It's an update now. 2 ends gone, is it? 3 ends gone. It's Elmwood Park. They picked up a 3 on the second, so playing the third end. Let's have a look at this measure. This will be very interesting.
Certainly will, because those angles are certainly deceiving. And it's interesting to see the chock going underneath the bowl there. And bring it right around to the chocks under the bowl of the ditch.
It's just on its side a wee bit, just leaning on its running edge. Here we go. Now, this is a 2-person operation. String measure.
So it's the Kensington Bowl that they've just gone to with the red disc, and then they'll come around, no doubt. I would still think that they would go to the 2 bowls, depending, of course, on this bowl here. Well, that looks like the shot there beats that bowl there, but it's the black bowl over to the side, John, which is is the interesting, and that bowl's in. Now you would think that they would change it around and go to this bowl over on the side, which I'm surprised that they haven't gone to that bowl.
Well, I must say, though, Kevin, that our angles aren't always totally accurate, but
Now they're going there.
all viewpoints, that looks to be the closest bowl, doesn't it? So we'll see how bad our eyes are. Oh, look at that. Oh, well in.
Yeah, our eyes are pretty good, John, really. I think.
Yeah. So now they'll continue to measure, I think. Determining that that's the closest bowl. Have they or not? Oh, gosh, there's not much in it. No, it's certainly closer than that.
So,
and now, is it closer than this?
Yeah, is it the black bowl? No, it's the
no,
ditch
it's
bowl.
that one. And now, another, just try it again.
May just be the ditch bowl.
Yep, so they're
Yes,
going over,
yes, it is.
lifting that one out, that's it. So 1-2 Balmoral. 2 ends gone, they lead by 3-0 in this women's champion of champion national fours final by Somerset. Have you worked out who Popper is, Kevin? That sign in the window, eh?
No, I see it there, John. No, I don't. It was from which club? I did see the club there as well. It
wasn't the Alexandra one. It didn't go down for them. It was there during the last game, but I'm not sure. I can't quite read it. Anyway, it says, "Go Popper, something rocks." Oh, well. Oh, okay. So we've just learned that it comes from the Fairley Bowling Club, which represented South Canterbury here. And there was a father and son playing in that combination, and an old publicans, part of a publicans family that I remember down there at Terry O'Connor, and who else here? Barwood, probably from the transport company there. I only say this, Kevin, off the top of my head because both my parents were born in Fairley. And it was the first time since 1996 that a team from the Fairley Bowling Club had won a South Canterbury Champion of Champions title. So
there you go.
They were chuffed to be here, and they got through to, semi-finals, quarterfinals. Yep.
Just for your information, John, my sister actually taught at the convent school at Fairley a number of years ago.
Wow, there you go. And people will be saying, Fairley? Well, if you're travelling to Tekapo or to Mount Cook, and you go through Geraldine up through the pass there to Fairley, you stop and get one of the Fairley pies on the way, world famous.
They are.
And yep, head off up through to Tekapo, Pukekohe, Mount Cook, and then a great trip through to, well, if you want to, through to Cromwell and places. It's a lovely area. So here we go now. We're looking at this lead, this very impressive lead yesterday, and must have bowled well today as well. Barbara Hopper.
There's a good opening bowl from Linda Farley, and Barbara Hopper just drawing right alongside it, the red disc, the mauve coloured bowl, sitting Jack Lowe. So Katie Merritt now will play on her backhand. And got the bowl out on a
Oh, there it is.
There it is.
I thought it said fat right, and I was going to say I can't say fat right because but Fairly rocks. Yeah, go Popper. Fairly rocks. Yeah.
So Janice Little now, the number 2 for the Kensington side, on her forehand. Just try and drop past this bowl, draw into the port there. and is going to do so. Interesting as well, John, that the umpire's busy though, because they're looking out the window here in the David Clark, Gary Lawson game. The umpire's back out there measuring this completion of the third end. The markers are out, the umpires are out looking for the shot bowl. Good bowl coming in here from the Balmoral number 2.
Wow.
Had a rest on what was the shot bowl, sat alongside right on top of the jack with a toucher. Perfect weight.
This isn't bad either. We're
Great
just around.
attempt.
Yeah. So that's Janice Little second. Watching now Margaret Rouse, who played a stunner on that last end to cut that jack into the ditch. Here she goes.
And got the bowl out on that backhand side. There's a very nice draw in towards the jack in the centre
She's
line.
got it perfectly.
And got
Gosh.
that just rested inside the red disc bowl of the Kensington side. One rolled in for shot, and it will make it 2 shots in fact. Diane Strawbridge indicating to her number 3, Dawn Owen, she can follow that bowl up and play through that line. Oh, she's staying on that forehand side. I thought she was going to come down on the backhand and try and sit into the counting bowls. But playing down to the jack or the shot bowls is a very good effort here from the Kensington number 3. He's going to get the jack clean on the trail all the way back.
And 3.
Well played.
3 shots. Now, that's what Diane was saying. If you come back, look where these 2 blue balls are. Bring the jack back here. That'll be good. And I'm not sure that she was sort of giving her the opportunity to play either hand. But no doubt about it, Dawn Owens played a perler. That was stunning. They were 2 down. Now they're holding at least 3.
Margaret Rouse just going to pin. This looks a very good bowl as it comes towards the jack. And look at this, right on top of it is the Balmoral number 3. The last 2 ends, John, it's fair to say Margaret Rouse has played 2 very, very game-changing bowls.
So Dawn's played a beauty coming down the backhand. Now she's on the forehand. Not quite such a beauty this time. It's into the ditch.
So they change over.
Comment from... It's good to see the skips sharing a bit of a joke, and you can only imagine what Diane Strawbridge was saying, and Tessa Farley just laughed. It'll be something along the lines of, oh, she played it beautifully, the first one. Where's she gone now? Here we go with this shot. The first one was great, coming in on her forehand, cleaned up the jack, take it back to where there's only red bowls, red stickered bowls. And then the 3, Margaret Rouse, returning it with this beautifully weighted shot bowl.
That certainly highlights, John, if you watch that bowl of Margaret Rouse, that it's certainly got a good drawing. And here's this from Tessa Farley. Have a look at this. Sits right behind the jack.
You wouldn't put it past Diane Strawbridge, though, to just get on and ruin that lot.
Certainly not. Very experienced player from the Northland Centre. Won a number of Northland titles. Great to see former New Zealand player and New Zealand president Anne Muir, who's here supporting the Northern teams here today, because the men were, of course, were playing as well in the semi-final from Onirahi.
Last bowl of this end. This is the 3rd end. Balmoral leading by 3-0 in this final of the Somerset Women's Champion of Champion 4s, and it looks like another 2 or does that
I was looking at
other
that front,
white and blue bowl come into it? Yeah.
that front bowl, the last
Yeah,
bowl.
we're going to measure.
Is that when they took those out, the last bowl of Tessa Farley's, or those short of the jack, could be in the counting zone. Umpire again.
I think they're just wondering whether one's on the edge, on an edge, is it likely to fall? They just
Could well
have
be.
a look in
John.
a moment. Yeah, they need the chalk. It's a good call, that. Yes, you see
Yes,
that one to the left there, that's liable to rock in or out, whichever team you're in.
And you'll see that after 3 ends, it's Gary Lawson of the Elmwood Club in Christchurch, leading David Clark of Counties by 4 shots to 1, 4-1 to the Gary Lawson skip side. So the umpire, Liz Smith, putting those chocks once again under the bowls.
Yeah, because there's no comeback if you're measuring and you move the jack or the shot, and that you don't get a comeback on it. You can say, "Oh, can I put that back?"
No, it's
Although when it does come to, if you slightly move the jack and your opponent's there, you can say, "Look, I think it was there. Are you happy with that?" And most people would say, "Yep, that looks good to me." Here we go. Now the measure.
talking to Liz Smith at lunchtime today, a member of the Bridge Park Club. They'll have, I think it's 3 of their club members will be representing and there we go. My goodness, this is tight again.
I think they're going to say that middle one's got it, have they? They're going back to that middle one there.
It is.
Yep, it is. So it's another 3. Oh, not another 3. It's a 3 to Balmoral. And their start to this final has been very impressive. They lead by 6-0 after 3 ends. That's Tessa Farley, the skip. Her mother Linda is on the mat now, tossing the jack up. Katie Merritt, a first-year player at 2, and Margaret Rouse, who's been very impressive, playing 3 for Balmoral. Just looking as we see Tessa Farley straighten it up. She won all 4 titles at the Balmoral Club in the last season. She won the singles, she won the pairs, she won the triples, and that team included her lead here today, her mother, and she won the 4s, and Linda was also in that team. So it's pretty impressive. She's been an Auckland rep, and the first time I took much notice of it, apart from the fact that I knew she was interested in curling, which is one of the sports I've commentated on at the Winter Olympics, was when I saw a photo of her and Colin Williams from Bowls New Zealand, when the pair of them got together in a mixed 2-4-2 competition in Auckland and won that title. So like Colin, she also dabbles in indoor bowls, and Alex Reid, of course. Good starter here, Barbara Hopper. Oh, and Brendan too. He's won some stuff. I like that. Thank you, Brendan.
Good opening bowl from the Kensington lead from Barbara Hopper.
She could well end up being the key to this game. Her and, well, she played, as I said yesterday, some outstanding lead bowls. But when she went off the pace, her 2, Janice Little, came to the rescue, and Dawn Owens played some absolutely accurate bowls as called for by Diane Strawbridge.
So 2 good bowls here, very good bowls, just lower the jack from the Kensington lead from Barbara Hooper now. Kathy Merritt having to go to her forehand side to try and get a bowl close for the Tessa Farley skip side, and won't hold up long enough. It's going to disappear under the centre line and short of weight. The good thing here, John, for the Kensington side, they can safely draw away on that backhand side, because the draw's been left open for them, and they can certainly, get round the front bowl. They've got a good meter to be able to draw counting bowls and build a head in favour of in their favour.
Yeah, but I'm sure they'd like something over the head, and there we get something from Janice Little. So now we saw playing her backhand, but that's obviously this side of the rink. Katie Merritt played a couple of buttes on the last end.
She's
fixed a green. Yeah, that's good.
Got the bowl right out on that good working art back towards the centre line, and Julie, that's where she's going to finish, and would be second shot, I would imagine. The blue disc bowl in behind the jack of Katie Merritt's should be second shot.
Well, this competition started on Friday morning at 8 o'clock and has gone right through here. It's been busy and tiring for the players, but they've all enjoyed it, as we see a couple of shots now with that little nudge up by Little. And it's a game in which you have to be relatively fit to last for 3 days. And it's not just physical fitness. This is Margaret Rouse. What can she produce this time? Oh, look, another
she's done it
top
again.
bowl from this number 3. Yep.
3 ins in a row, John. She's had those really effective telling bowls, isn't it? That was well played. And Diane Strawbridge indicating to her, number 3, to Dawn, to play down through there with a yard of weight. Can dislodge that shot bowl. Get some movement on the head. How long is it going to hold up for?
Well, she'll push up her own.
Well,
yep,
it was always good in the area, playing through the bowls with the yard of weight. Margaret Rouse just asking Tessa Farley the location of the jack relative to where the bowls are, and it's just sitting in behind that. You'll see it clearly there, the yellow jack.
This is going to end up on a good home no matter where it goes. Really good. What a top bowl. Oh, that's good.
Well, it certainly is, John, and it gives an opportunity for Tessa Farley to play down through that V and try and get some movement. The Lawson-Clark game now 4-2. 4-2 to Gary Lawson after 4 ends of 15 over David Clark of Manurewa.
There's no doubt that Diane Strawbridge would like her 3 to get one just over the jack in amongst those 2 bowls, and I think she's played this quite well.
Well played here.
Draw another shot.
Well played, superbly played by the Kensington number 3.
Sort of feel that maybe Tessa will play down the forehand, hit her own bowl onto the shot bowl, and that would just spring the jack back. It wouldn't need to be massive weight. From her viewpoint, the jack could go to the right slightly, I would say.
Just needs the weight to hold up. Just needs to hold up through that port there, John, to get to where those sort of the counting zone is there.
You never know, that first orange bowl of Linda Farley's, which is way down about the 2 metre mark, might actually come into play.
Absolutely could. Farley's certainly going to, on the back end, trying to reach.
That.
Oh, it's a great attempt. By goodness, it was.
Yeah. That's the weight. Where did that, those bowls that got just moved in, whose are they? So that is Linda Farley's to the right, the orange one in front of the feet of Margaret Rouse. She might just look at covering those if she hasn't got others down there.
Certainly looks as though this bowl of Diane Strawbridge is going out on that wider side. one would think, John, to try and get back towards, as you rightly said, towards the orange bowl, which is deep down there on the green, just by under the number 2 green marker peg.
So looking to spring the jack now with direct contact on a shot that's, you can see there to the right of that group. Not that one out there. No, okay, so slightly different shot this time. She looked to draw.
Yeah, just needed a fraction more weight and tightening of the line, one would think. So can Diane Strawbridge now add to the Kensington count?
Looks pretty good.
It's a very handy bowl. Just really one bowl out of the count, really. Just had to be under that blue disco. But definitely 2. You heard them there calling 2 shots to Kensington.
So they're on the board at last after 4 ends now. It's 6-2. Balmoral of Auckland against Kensington of Northland. This is the final. The Balmoral team beating Omakau of Central Otago 21-10. And Kensington beating Waihi Beach by 1 shot, I think, on the last end. And if you haven't caught up yet with the men, they're down to the final as well. And we did show the men's triples final live last week, and this time it's the women's 4. And there's the scorecard. So Elmwood Park on the right. And the score is 4-2, playing the 5th.
So change the length here from the Kensington side, and Barbara is going to finish jack level. Yep, Barbara Hopper's bowl. So on the backhand is Linda Farley. Got that lovely arc back towards the centre line, and the jack close and going to sit right in front. Well played by the Balmoral lead.
So as I was chatting about the form of Tessa Farley winning all 4 club titles, and her mother being involved in 2 of those, and she, I think, Linda also won the veterans title, so pretty impressive there for them. And Kensington, Diane Strawbridge won the Open and the Champion of Champions 4. Some good photos around. It's always nice to have a look and see these photos. It's always hard to pick people, though, when they haven't got their caps on, isn't it, Kevin? You know, a lot of them play with headgear, and then you don't recognise them.
Correct.
And here's the other team here. This is the 4 from Balmoral receiving their trophies. Well, not trophies, actually. One trophy, and the other looks like some nice, bubbly, cold stuff.
It certainly
Good stuff.
is.
There we
there
go.
It is.
There we go. Yep.
Some champagne doots.
Receiving their trophy at the Bowls Auckland Awards.
So on the forehand is Katie Merritt with the bowl of Linda Farley's. Definitely the shot just sitting low of the jack. This is going to be handy. We'll get a touch. It just slips by. Looked as though it was going to get a touch on the front bowl or the side bowls. So the Janice Little now on her backhand. And that's a handy bowl in amongst the 3 bowls there. 2 of those, of course, being the Kensington bowls, and a 1 from the Balmoral side. Gary Lawson now leading 5-2 after 5 of 15 ends over David Clark of Counties. So handy bowl there in behind the head, right on the centre line.
Dawn Owens, as usual, goes down onto one knee as she watches. I think she quite likes this, sitting into those bowls, or the jack. Whoa, feather, not quite.
Unlucky there was Dawn Owens, was only a zigzag yellow paper away from getting a touch on the jack and getting some jack movement. Thing of the past now, John, aren't they? Zigzag papers.
Yeah. I suppose you can still get them. It's still a good reference for people of a certain vintage, mate. It's just like we constantly talk, feet and inches, and gosh, how long have we been metric?
Oh, yeah. Feet and inches will stay with me, John. I'm quite happy about that.
Well, but also young bowlers use it, don't they?
They certainly do.
Yeah. Here we are. She wasn't far off with that. If she could take that jack across, as she nearly did last time, she could hold 3. Still a good position there. It's the blue disc bowl of the lead for Balmoral, Linda Farley, holding shot.
So Margaret Rouse will go to her forehand, the Balmoral number 3. This line coming down towards the Orange County bowl. Is it going to have the weight to get to a counting position? No.
And look at them, all politely standing up there waiting until the bowler moved. And, she was standing on the mat watching it. And if someone had said to her, "You happy to walk, Margaret?" She probably, "Oh, yeah, okay." Because you're saving those minutes in a game, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah. I did see yesterday, though, in one match, a player had bowled, and it was the last bowl of the group at the front, the leads, seconds and thirds, and the bowler was standing on the mat, and one of the opposition just walked almost directly in front of her and headed off. And I thought, well, that's the rude part of it. If you're going to walk, go to the side, at least. If the player wants to stay on the mat, let them. But, there's no harm in walking. Here we go.
Great
nice
attempt
weight,
here.
this one too.
This is a magnificent bowl from Diane Strawbridge. Outstanding draw bowl, and draws a touch up. Well played from the Kensington skip there. Just had that dead draw weight.
Forehand. That's the option for her. Come around the orange. I wonder what a flick off that light blue ball would do for her. Is she going to get there? Not quite. A lovely line. Gosh.
So, this is one of those ends, I think, John, where you're quite happy to hold one, really, because you don't really want to touch that of the shot bowl and move the jack out a wee bit, because, just indication there from Diane Strawbridge that she will be out on the, let's say, endeavour to be on the safe wider side, and duly that's the case.
Well, if she moves the jack over to the left as we see it, she could get 3 out of that, couldn't she? Yeah, but it's a hard call. She played it pretty well. She wasn't far off actually doing that, just nudging it across. Now, what does Tessa Farley do here? She had a great line previously.
Coming to have a look at it.
She's got nothing over there on the right at the back.
There's the one bowl there, and one would think, John, to get to that result, you would have to turn the orange bowl, that being the Leeds bowl of Linda Farley's, to turn that into the head to get the jack to move. Yeah, and you see the blue bowl, blue disca just sitting right on the centre line. That's really where you don't want the jack going the other way.
See if she can just get under and onto that orange bowl. That one that is hers. But second shot.
Very hard shot to play.
Yeah. Yeah, it was risky whichever way she went, actually, because it didn't have numbers anywhere over the head. Conceding one rather than taking the risk without reward.
There's a lovely bowl there, though, from Diane Strawbridge to get that first bowl, to get that dead touch into the jack. Well played from
Men's update now, Manurewa and Elmwood Park. See, it's 5-2. 3 ends of scoring, 1-3 being the difference.
Of course, everyone knows about Gary Lawson. Of course, we don't have to talk about his achievements, but also skipper David Clark, a very, very accomplished bowler, has won a number of titles, of course, in the counties area and, of course, in Auckland, and won a New Zealand title a number of years back when it was only Hunga here, and the headquarters, in fact, were here at only Hunga. But very, very accomplished player is David Clark, with his son Logan leading for him.
And he bowled very well this morning. Gosh, he set that team up right throughout.
So the draw being left open for Linda Farley after Barbara Hopper just went by, and so Linda Farley is going to draw inside it, a metre in behind that of the jack. Nothing wrong with being over slightly and providing you're around that centre line, because bowls and jack will at some stage likely will move around. Just another bit of information that about David Clark. He was actually part of the about 1992 when the Auckland won the what used to be the real big inter-centre event, and David Clark was in that winning side where all the centres come together. So yeah, very accomplished player.
So we'll keep you up to date with those scores throughout. Manurewa, David Clark with Shane Drabble, Bryn Morgan and Logan Clark. They're trailing in their final against Gary Lawson with Nathan Glass and Kelvin Scott and Ricky Cook from Elmwood Park. So we're just keeping those scores coming for you. But we're concentrating on this women's final, which is turning out to be as close as we thought it might, because they've both battled their way through some tough qualifying and then quarter-final and semi-final matches. So Katie Merritt, this first-year bowler, doesn't look like one.
That'll be the shot.
It's a big advantage when you talk about first-year bowlers, if they rock up to business house bowls or have a go or whatever. They do that while they're still active in another sport, get an idea of how to play it, and then they take up bowls. So they've already can have quite a seasoned background in the sport, when they start playing competitively. So it's really handy if you're thinking about taking up bowls even a bit later. Take advantage of events at your club, because you'll get a grounding, you'll understand the game better, you'll practice it, and you'll be ready to go when you first sign up as a full member, full playing member, wherever you are. Here's another nice bowl coming in, which has made a good correction here.
Absolutely.
Great stuff.
Just in behind the jack, well played by the first-year player from Balmoral. And just the other point relevant to that, John, for anyone that's sort of watching, when you go along to the club, you don't have to own a set of bowls or buy a set of bowls, whatever. Literally all of the clubs now have sets of bowls available where people can have a roll up, have a try, which they use for business house and all sorts of things. So you don't actually have to start buying things, so to speak, until you decide that, yes, I'm going to play this particular sport.
Absolutely right. So Dawn Owens has drawn second shot. Now Rouse comes up very quick after delivering. When you compare her to Dawn Owens, who stays down right until the bowl finishes, completely contrasting. You'll watch now Dawn Owens, particularly on the short end, she stays down on her knee. It's watched quite different. See that she stays right down, steady on the mat. She hasn't got up yet. She's watching it all the way. This is the way she likes to play it. Gets around that nicely. She's still down on the mat, that back there. Now she gets up, and she's totally entitled to do that. And now if we have a look at Margaret Rouse, immediately up, standing erect, and both of them are very effective bowlers. So it's whatever suits. Her ability to make the change is pretty impressive too. Gosh.
So another counter, and of course just lower the jack. And the really good thing about those two bowls, John, they're both sitting on the centre line, which just makes it more challenging for the Kensington side to get to the jack. But let's not underestimate Diane Strawbridge we saw in the last end, where it was a similar position, and Diane Strawbridge, the Kensington skip, played a magnificent bowl to draw a shot and score a single for the Kensington side.
So here she goes, the woman you were just talking about, Diane Strawbridge.
Looks to be on a over generous draw width.
And weight. But still not wasted down there. It's two red bowls, red disc bowls. I'm referring to red bowls, but the discs they have on them are coloured, red for Kensington and blue for Balmoral. Tessa Farley saw that lovely line. She was standing down there, saw the line that her three took, and so she's trying to replicate that, and not bad either, just a little bit shy. She'll get it next time.
Yeah, and just thought Diane Strawbridge may look, if you look at the head there now, John, Diane Strawbridge may elect to try and play with that yard of weight through the light blue bowl. There's a black bowl there in front, and there's a target line to the jack to the ditch, and that's the shot. They're changing the hand, and Diane Strawbridge looking at the good thing about playing these sorts of shots, John, as well. You can move bowls around, and who knows what's going to happen.
Well, as we said with her last one, she's now got two bowls down the back. Oh, look
Close.
at this. Oh, gee, she's taken one shot out. Could have been better, but could have been worse.
It was well played by the Kensington skip. Nearly got right to the jack, and that jack movement would have been very favourable to the Kensington side, but dislodged one of the shots, and there's Linda Farley clearly indicating to Tessa, we'll hold the one shot.
I think Tessa was keen to know which was second as well. A lot of dancing around from Margaret Rouse.
So what Tessa Farley is asking is, if I dislodge a bowl, would it bring in many more? I think. Yeah, I think at this stage of the game, when you've just got your nose in front, you're holding the shot, try and add to it rather than pulling out possibly the risk shot.
A bit wider this time. She would have been quite happy to sit that black one. If she got around there, it might have given them 3. But it is a single. One's been picked up anyway. Will they look at a measure for 2?
Just
Just one it is. So, yep. Balmoral moved to 7-3 ahead. So I was just watching now is Linda Farley. As I mentioned earlier, she won 2 titles with her daughter, Tessa, in the triples and fours at the club this year, but she also won the veteran singles. Here she is.
Been very consistent so far in this final. At least always got one bowl close around the jack. And going to do that again. Yes, she is. There it is, coming down towards the jack. Just sits alongside it. And it's a great opening bowl from the Balmoral lead.
Well, I think the entire Farley family plays bowls. Tessa might have been the last to take it up. She was, as I mentioned earlier, involved in curling and a bit of indoor bowls. And she said, well, the whole family's playing outdoor or lawn bowls, as we refer to it. And so I better give it a go. May as well give it a go. She hasn't really looked back. Linda already with a shot for Balmoral.
Great response from Barbara Hopper, just in behind the jack, sitting there, the mauve coloured bowl on the centre line.
Again, perfect weight.
So Barbara Hopper will endeavour to try and just beat her own bowl on that backhand side of the rink. Draw to the jack, just underneath. Trying hard here. Is going to have the weight to get all the way down. Trying very hard. Is this the bowl of Barbara? Oh, but just still one down was the call from Diane Strawbridge, but telling her lead, very good bowl.
I'd love to have a close-up shot, if we can, guys, of Linda Farley's bowls. Those orange bowls, I thought they were just orange, but they've got a design in there as well, haven't they? So be interesting to see if we can manage that at some stage. And Katie Merritt, probably be her least effective bowl of the day.
Yeah, certainly would be. So Janice Little, I think, will going to follow the bowl of Barbara Hopper's on that backhand draw. Well, out of the hand, it's just going to depend on the weight. Looks really good out of the hand, but has it got the weight to get, well, it turns that front bowl over? No, just slightly missing in weight, and I'm sure...
Oh, there we go.
There you go.
So, well, good plug for Aero Optimas, and that's a design I haven't seen before, so make up your mind about that. As we watch now Katie Merritt, who I asked, wondered what sort of background she had in other sport, and we understand she's got a hockey background, so there we are. Bat and ball type sport, hand-eye.
7 ends gone in the Mears final, and I can tell you that it's Gary Lawson of the Elmwood Club who is leading David Clark of Manurewa by 8-2. There's that movement of the jack directly back to the bowler. Well played there, just improved that weight. Did Janice Little only by a couple of feet, John, and gave that right result.
So here we have that, just a correction there. You hit the score absolutely right. So a 2 on the 7th for Elmwood Park, 8-2. This is getting interesting here because we had this Balmoral team up by 6-3. It's now 6-0, and it's now 7-3 with that single on the last, Balmoral. But now they're down a couple as Dawn Owens, very tidy bowler.
Just going to go by, and the way how the two very good shots positioned there. You see clearly the bowl just in behind the jack. Just gives it that flick. Does Margaret Rouse just at the delivery point, which does give you the risk of undercutting the green. Might get a fortuitous slide here. Does sits alongside. Second shot.
Good amount of people in the clubhouse there, and as I mentioned earlier to Mark Noble, that we were complimenting the Dunedin Stadium on what great facility it's got for. Oh, that's a super one. That's 3 now.
3 shots, well played, confident weight, reaching weight, turning it through the well played.
Dunedin have such a good viewing area as well, and as does the likes of Nine Eye and Hastings. But this being a former outdoor facility, it's just lent itself nicely to an indoor facility, and the crowd inside enjoying. It's quite a large main area in their clubhouse, so there's lots of room for people to watch.
The glassed-in area where you can see people looking out the window now, John, virtually covers the whole length of this green here. So it does give good viewing both inside the clubhouse and also outside as well. So it's been well designed. So did cut one out, may have cut the side bowl out there, that first bowl of Tessa Farley's sitting jack level. So Diane got that out on the wider side. How far is it going to come back? Will it come back? It's going to finish outside that of the Linda Farley bowl. Had perfect draw weight to the jack, but definitely holding is the Kensington side, whether it's 2 or 3.
A little kick of the back leg as she delivers. In the zone. The zone. Takes one out.
Well played. And now really, John, looking at the camera angle, Diane Strawbridge asking, well, she's asking there, was Diane Strawbridge, do we have 2? And Diane Strawbridge, Dawn Owens saying it beat the blue and white bowl out to the side.
They come from there for Diane. Inside, that'll do it. That's a beauty.
Well played, Diane Strawbridge. Perfect draw weight, perfect line.
Probably 3. They might measure for that 3rd.
Out comes the measure. I had the pleasure today, John, of catching up with Barry Drabble, his father of Shane. Of course, Barry was the instigator, the founder, so to speak, of the famous Manurewa Piers, which was an annual January event, highly sought after invitation always to get to the Manurewa Piers. And Barry here watching his son today in action.
So that score has really closed up now.
Certainly has.
A 3, yeah. 7-6 after 7 ends. Yes, well, his son certainly played well in that match, semi-final. I'm sure he's playing exceptionally well now, Shane Drabble.
Barry, of course, was part of the Taranaki Open Fours. John, it was played in that historic tied final between
yes,
Rowan Brassey and Barry Drabble in the underwater final at Paratutu. A long time ago.
Yes. I suppose Rowan's still playing in Aussie somewhere, is he?
Certainly is. He defended his title this year again. Good opening bowl in the under 60s at the big bowls carnival that they have on the Gold Coast, and Rowan and Joe Segoza won the pairs 2 years in a row, and they endeavoured to defend it again this year, but not coming out with the gold medal. Good bowl here. Look at this from Farley. Very good opening bowl from Barbara Hopper. Linda Farley, equal to the occasion, just got that gin, just caressed the jack around the corner.
I always thought Rowan was one of the most gifted bowlers we've seen in New Zealand, and his record proves that, doesn't it? He was just a stunning player.
Certainly was, and and fantastic to play with. I must admit, I always enjoyed when we were all playing at Kahu Bay in those years gone by. Rowan was always great to play with. Thoroughly enjoyed his company on and off the green.
Looking to make sure she's up again. Might just backdoor this
might get
through the gap.
Clean.
Yeah,
it
lovely.
Does.
She has a bit of a laugh with her opponent. It's Barbara up there just grinning, and probably for a lot of that bowl's duration, Barbara was thinking, aha, she's going to knock me up.
Yeah,
but there was a gap there, and they probably couldn't tell that from where they were standing. Janice Little quickly turns and picks up her next bowl. She didn't like that one.
Very impressed with the delivery of Katie Merritt, obviously within the Balmoral club or Bowls Auckland. There's some coaching going on and rightly, John, as you said before, Katie came from hockey, played another sport, and we all know that playing another sport, some of the finite points of playing bowls, so to speak, seem to be picked up easier or picked up quicker or whatever. I don't know, but it does make a difference.
Yep.
Good response here, though. Just falls out. Did the red disc it?
And having said that, there are exceptions. There's a woman down our way in the Kapiti Centre who she used to run a nursery, very, very famous, had never played sport in her life. And she just decided that as she was slowing down with her business and that, sold it up and ended up having a bit of spare time. She took on bowls, and she was almost immediately in the representative junior team. She was like a natural, and her family kept saying, we can't believe she's doing this because she's been hopeless at sport. So you don't necessarily, but it is a help if you understand sport and have played some before, but not absolutely necessary.
No, it's not, and that's not to certainly don't want to deter anybody, whether you've played sport or not, of taking this great sport of lawn bowls up. Because it is a game for all ages, it's a game for all people, and now, of course, in Auckland and all around the country with the covered complexes and the artificial or synthetic type greens, etc., it does create a sport that can be played all year round.
I like this bowl.
Quite happy with
Oh,
that.
gee. Yeah. That's good there. See the way Tessa Farley stands way back from the head, taking it all in.
Oh no, and here, this is just going to depend on weight, but gets inside this port. She can get the shot here. Wow, you wouldn't believe that. Didn't touch
Gee.
anything. I thought she was going to touch either the blue or orange bowl, John, and roll itself on into the jack. Didn't touch a thing. Very good bowl from the Kensington number 3.
Just about played the shot that Margaret Rouse wants to play.
Certainly riding the bowl on is Margaret Rouse.
Oh. Okay, what are you going to do, Diane? You've had a good look now, walking backwards. Will she have a bit of a chat to her 3? There we go.
Oh dear. Yes, that's correct. That's the photo at Paratutu.
Paratutu.
Finally, that's Barry Drabble standing down the far end under the umbrella, and Rowan Brassey in the tracksuit at the front green at Paratutu.
And let's be fair, while it looks like that bowler there is driving, he was probably just drawing because it would take...
Well, I was driving actually, John, to get it to get it up the other end.
Oh, was that you? Was it? Was that you?
Yes, it was, John. Yes, it was.
Oh, good. Wow, gosh. Yeah, it'd take a bit of an effort to get it up there. Those were the days when you didn't stop for a bit of rain.
No, you did not. And there was no indoor complexes or artificial surfaces to go to, John. And I remember that final. It was a Monday afternoon, 25 ends, and it was, because of the rain, it was certainly a very lengthy semi-final.
I bet.
The final.
Yeah.
516 teams that year in the Taranaki Open Fours, I believe.
Wow. Gosh. Still a great event.
Certainly is. Trying to get into the head here is Tessa Farley. Just doesn't quite have the weight. Diane Strawbridge's coming to have a look. I just think she might have a look to try and get to the shot bowl through the head. There's the 2 blues which are hanging around.
Yeah, well, they'd both go.
So having a look to see whether possibly wasn't far away at the first. There's a bit of good sportsmanship. Kick the bowl, just say this is where my foot is. That's where it is.
Wasn't there? It was close. It was closer.
So.
Oh, she is. She's going to get it. Is she just out?
Played with the weight to get the result. Just needed to be inside a fraction. Now, Tessa Farley, are they sure who's actually got shot here, John?
I think. Oh. Well, we'll have a look in a moment.
It certainly looks like the lead bowl of Linda Farley's is the shot.
Yeah.
So that doesn't want to play the other hand, does Tessa Farley, it would appear. Doesn't want to touch the blue bowl, the jack level bowl out to the side there. And the draw that she'll be endeavouring to play to is just inside the red disc, the black bowl on the backhand side of the rink.
So she's using the backhand. She sits at orange bowl, which is the shot. She was a lovely weight for that too.
Yeah, just need a wee correction of the line. I'll have a look now and just see. It doesn't surprise me, the measure coming out, because they do look close. Margaret Rouse having a good check on the...
Yeah, because you just need a slight bit of daylight between the jack and the measure, and it can make a heck of a lot of difference. So you just get in there and make sure that it's hard up against the jack.
And it
was
was
the orange
the one.
quite away.
It was one to the Balmoral side.
Played 8 ends of this final of the Women's Somerset Champion of Champion Fours. 5 ends have been won by Balmoral. They have 8 points. And the other 3 have been won by Kensington, of course. That's 3 on the 7th. Keeps them in the hunt at 8-6. Remember, they were 6-0 down at one stage. And there's the update on the men's final. And on the 8th end, the Manurewa team scored a single. It's now 8-3. Well, just see that pop up. A 5 on the 9th end to Manurewa. Takes them up to level pegging at 8-all. That's a big turnaround there. Manurewa picking up a 5 on the 9th end. And that men's final between Manurewa and Elmwood Park is tied at 8-all. Hopper now following Linda Farley's down, playing that ditch hand, backhand for the right-hander. Those crosses or other marks that you see on there are nothing to do with this game, like all indoor, or in fact all artificial surfaces probably. They can be played equally both directions, so two nice bowls just over the head. That's good. Good home there for Linda Farley. Just getting rid of some distraction down there, Barbara Hopper. So we're just seeing there is a correction here. Their total score is 5. They picked up a 2 on the 9th. That's still a good last couple of ends for Manurewa. Closing the gap, 8-5. 15 ends, of course. Final.
So Katie Merritt again, the first-year player, getting a touch on the jack on the draw. Sits just in behind the jack. Well played. Of course, we've got the bowl of Linda Farley just sitting in behind there on that trail side as well. So the good thing about Katie Merritt's bowls is helping to set the head up well for the Balmoral side. Been very impressed with this first-year player, former hockey player, and has been, I think, John, pretty consistent right throughout this match to date.
It's again someone just being in the road. Players, if you're new to this game and wondering what they're looking at, some players might even take a mark off the building, or they're taking it off a chair or a seat or something that's permanent. Others a mark on the green or on the bank, and if someone's wandering in front of it, players sometimes get a bit distracted with that. And sometimes it's your own player. Your skip might be standing right on your mark. You say, just move away, mate. Thank you.
So coming down towards, just going to be on the weighted side, but certainly the right type of shot there by Janice Little, just trying to get to the shot bowl, get to the turn it over, or get to the jack. And this is at the point now as we play in 9 of 15, whereby you want to be a very important part of the game where you don't want to be making sure you don't drop a number. Yeah, Margaret Rouse coming down towards the jack area, but going to fall short.
She'll be annoyed, as you say. That was a waste of a good line, eh?
Yeah, perfect
That
line.
was heading right into it, yeah.
Perfect line towards the jack. You hear Diane Strawbridge there indicating to Dawn Owens, just get down towards the jack. Hard to hold the bowl all the way on the line. Trying hard as you're going to do so. Wow. Very nearly. Very nearly. Hadn't have touched that bowl, and we would have seen the Dawn Owen bowl get right to the jack trail.
Margaret Rouse was disappointed with that bowl of hers, and then she saw that it was actually quite effective.
It was a saviour.
Yeah, because if that bowl hadn't have been there, as it is now, she... the 3 for Kensington would have been right on the jack.
Takes a different weight line with that movement, that front bowl now, John. It just changes just the one down there. You might have heard Diane Strawbridge indicate just the one down. Just move the bowl there. They bowl the heel. So Diane Strawbridge saying, ideally I'd like you to draw around the bowls, give us another bowl on the head, finishing on the other side, which, if she was able to do so, does enable Diane Strawbridge to attack the head with bowls on both sides. And long as it's a good bowl here, it's well played.
Yep, so she's got the backest bowl. She's got a couple there to the right.
The indication was, I was sure I heard Diane Strawbridge say that was just the one in the red disc bowl. In fact, the one just at the front, John, is more than likely, from what Diane Strawbridge has indicated, was second shot.
There's Diane running back. That's good too, because it wasn't there. They didn't really have the rights to stand there and talk in the middle of the rink, because it's this team's head. So Tessa Hart-Farley now. She knows she's got a couple of bowls to promote if she's slightly narrow, but if she's got the perfect weight, she can draw right on it, or, well, she hasn't gone far away from it.
Great attempt.
I think that'll be second. That'll be 2 shots now for, well, let's see. Hard to tell from our angle sometime, and very quickly into her work. Having been down there and had a discussion about it, is Diane.
Not far away here to get some movement. Not far away here to get... well...
She got movement, got a touch off the jack.
Unfortunate. He certainly played it with the weight to get some movement, but just got a touch.
Same shot again. Or is she going to... No, she's just saying to Diane, well, I'm not going to cover down the back. I'm going to put you to the test. See if you can play that shot again. And she puts another
it's
one
a
in.
good bowl there from Tessa Farley. Now, can Diane, it's difficult to, I was looking at Diane Strawbridge getting that jack trail to the ditch, John, because there's three red disc bowls there, but the way how it's sitting, how the shot bowl and jack's sitting, it's hard to get that jack trail. That indication is that we're 2 down. We're playing now the 9th end of 15. So Diane Strawbridge would really like to score here. And the bowl's just sitting a wee bit high for Diane Strawbridge to get that jack trail back to the ditch.
Last bowl of the 9th end.
Well, she played it with reaching weight with her first. And by goodness, if she's under this front bowl, this is a great attempt from the Kensington skip. That was a wonderful attempt to hold that weight line to play down under there. So conceded 2. I just had an indication given to me, John, it may well be more than 2.
Oh, here we go. She's measuring the orange one. Oh, no. Which we didn't really call into the shot, did we?
No.
So that one there, they're both against them. So this one here is the closest of the Kensington bowls that they're marking out to our left.
Yeah, go. That Kensington bowl, they'll swing around over to this side of the head to that second bowl of
3. 4.
And now the bowl out here to the side.
5.
Handful.
5. Oh, well, we weren't looking very closely at that one, Kevin, because it didn't look like 5, but it certainly is, and that's a major turnaround in this game, or major effect on this game, from 8-6 to 13-6. Balmoral lead.
Certainly was, and you know, if you look at it again, John, twice Diane Strawbridge again, all but was only one bowl away for really getting a counting or reduction bowl into the head. So she was only centimetres away, the Kensington skip. And I can tell you now, it is 10 ends gone in the men's final, and it is Gary Lawson leading 8-6 over David Clark of Manurewa.
Yep, 3 ends in a row. Manurewa have scored. Just going back to that last end, Kevin, that when Diane Strawbridge almost took the jack clean, she squirted it slightly to
Absolutely.
our left as we're looking at it, and that's where those other counters came in. So, yeah, so against her. So it was, gosh, it could have been the perfect bowl, but it wasn't quite. And in fact, it turned out to be well, not a disaster, but it worked against them.
It was only a slight touch, John. It wasn't as though she moved the kitty a considerable distance. It was just that a slight movement, really. And once again, big thank you to as we come to the end of this event, a big thank you to the Bowls New Zealand team who have had champion of champion events for the last 4 weekends all around the country, and other people that move all the gear around, set everything up, and so they've had 4 weeks at the various champion of champion events doing this to bring this coverage. They do a great job, and a big thank you to the Bowls New Zealand team for putting all of this together.
Well, having worked in TV for a number of years, when I see the quality of this production, and look at the number of people involved in it, it's mind-boggling, because
Sure
there would have
is.
been 80 people working on this sort of production back in the old TV days. And what have we got? Three today. Yeah, three.
Yeah, that's correct.
You don't count Mark Cameron, because he doesn't do anything, the CEO. But normally there's Chris Landon doing stuff, but he's not here this weekend. So it's a remarkable performance. We've got people operating the cameras. They're doing the graphics, meaning the scores up there. They're doing so many things. They're multitasking. So thanks to the guys, Sarah, Colin, and Brendan this weekend.
They do a wonderful job. And as you know, John, in the old days, we'd have had a big truck parked outside here, and cables and producers and sound people and all of those.
Makeup artists.
It's a changing world.
There we are. And if it wasn't for this small team and their enthusiasm, Bowls wouldn't be getting any coverage at all, as we all know how difficult it is to get minor sports coverage on any of the major channels. But what this production has done has been of such high quality that places like Sky Television, for example, have been more than willing to take it when it's suited. Well, she gets a nice break there. Still 2 down.
It's got a touch.
What you don't want is to pick up a 5 and then immediately drop a 4 or a 5.
Absolutely. This is really at the stage of the game, John, with the ends going down, where the second shot's a good shot. As you watch this ball break towards the head, well, that would count. So here's Margaret Rouse.
She might just look to sit inside those 2-shot bowls out here if she's up there. Any collision? No, not quite. And no rub. Yes, but not good enough.
On the outside of the counting bowls. Diane Strawbridge now, John said, stays right down on the delivery point, endeavouring to get through the port in the front there, the red disco and the blue one going by. In fact, will travel towards the ditch. And I'm sure the Balmoral side here, as you rightly said, John, you don't want to score 5 and then drop a number. Would be quite happy, really, if they can get second shot here. It's going to sail by. Diane Strawbridge now indicating to Dawn Owens where she wants that draw. Has it come too far under the line? Yes, it has. Wants to travel past that, not touch that front bowl for sure. Diane Strawbridge having a good look to see what the story is. (10-6) now. 10-6. Gary Lawson of Elmwood after 11 ends, leading David Clark of Manurewa. So on the natural draw here is Farley. Might get inside these bowls. How far will it run? Just run by. Just to sit on those two red disc bowls would certainly, at least would have got them to second shot, I would imagine.
And I think she also had that target of her own bowl, which is just short of the jack to push up.
So Strawbridge.
That might be pushed up here. Not quite, so.
You've heard there from Margaret Rouse indicating to Tessa Farley that you were only half a mat, so let's say 2 feet over the jack, with the Northland, the Kensington side holding shot on this, that 10th end of 15.
So changing hands because of that last bowl of Strawbridge. I like this line.
Looks a good change of hand. Looks a very good change of hand. How far? All but.
Just the weight. So do we think it's 2 there?
Do you see the kiss of the bowl there from
Yeah.
Diane Strawbridge? So I want this one to count. Asking the man up top.
Certainly 2. Oh, she didn't kiss it well enough, I don't think.
Comes all the way around.
Not far out of account. Wow, I wonder. So there's 2, maybe 3 out of this. Oh, yeah, 2, 1, 2. There they go. Covered up by the cloth. Now, just get down and measure it.
That's the easiest way. This is close. 2 it is.
Well, could have been worse. So they drop a 5, but they pick up a 2. And after 10 ends, it's 13-8 in favour of Balmoral.
So we'll just see whether Barbara Hopper, whether they'll see these latter ends, they'll change the length to see whether that's going to sort of work in their favour. And yes, they are trying to change the length. You'll see very clearly that they've certainly shortened up the length of the Kensington combination. We were playing down before, down towards the 2 metre mark, but we're quite a way up the green.
Just reminding you that that men's final is on a couple of rinks away, and we're updating that score on every end. That's Elmwood Park against Manurewa. And here it goes, another update. After 11 ends, it's Elmwood Park leading by 10-6, having picked up that 2 on the 11th end. And
good opening.
While there's a lot of blokes out there wanting to see that match, Kevin, a lot of women wanted to see the triples final last week, but we played the men's, so it's just a switching it around, being consistent here.
So,
sorry, the pairs I meant, not we did both triples finals, but the pairs we showed the men's final, and that was worth seeing too.
Barbara Hopper with a good opening bowl on this, the 11th end of 15, holds the shot. This looks as well, just here's the weight on this bowl, just not quite going to get down to the counting area, but drawn a good bowl with the first, 13-8. Linda Farley with her first bowl on the backhand side, drew behind the head, 1.5 metres behind the head. And
pretty good
hard.
correction here. Gosh, yeah, that'll do it.
That's the shot, literally jack level, the blue disc bowl of Linda Farley. Oh, just going to sit. Is it going to sit on the counting bowl? No, it's not. Or sit down on the Kensington bowl.
She's picked a line well again.
Oh, very well. Been
Katie
very
Merritt.
impressed. Been very impressed with her consistency throughout this match. First year player. And there's a good natural draw on that backhand with just reaching weight for Janice Little.
Diane looks interested. No, she backs off now.
Just lacking that wee bit of weight to get down underneath on the line. Makes it harder now, John, to get that line to the jack, that straight line on the backhand down towards the jack. So here, the very impressive Katie Merritt.
Well,
It's top
this
play.
is pretty
Top
good,
playing,
isn't it,
well
eh?
played.
And all credit too to Tessa Farley, not because there was that blue bowl just short and possibly looked like it was in her line. She didn't say change your hand or give us one up the back or anything. She said, you know, play it again, you'll be fine. And she had confidence in her too.
I can tell you that the men's final has tightened up now after 12 ends. It is Gary Lawson of Elmwood in Christchurch leading David Clark of Manurewa in the county centre by 10-9. 10-9, just the single shot in it now after 12 of 15 ends.
And as you can see by the scorecard there, a 3 on the 12th for Clark's Manurewa combination.
Oh, good attempt there from the number 3, Dawn Owen. It could well count that blue disc bowl. You'll see, I'm sure you'll see the Kensington side, John, will try and play down, you would think, with a yard of weight through that port, move a few things around, because they could be 3 down. There's one there from the lead, one from the 2, and one from the 3 of the Balmoral side, all sitting literally in a triangle around the jack.
What have we got at the back? So we've got that,
There's one red discer
yeah, and that's
sitting down behind it, bowl of Janice Little's.
Dawn Owens.
Dawn Owens bowl sitting. Yes, it is. So here, trying to reach through the head. Oh, needed more weight than that. Great attempt, though.
Oh,
Well,
I
look
don't
at
know.
this. How's this?
Look.
Oh.
Oh, gee.
Well, John, that's 2 ends in a row now where the Kensington side have really played an excellent shot and just didn't get the roll of the bowl on it as it came to rest.
So Margaret Rouse, she might just want to go around the back slightly this time.
And yes, over the head, just a bit literally on that centre line.
Well, I think when we last had a close-up view of this, it was certainly 2 to Balmoral. Might be 3 there with that bowl to the right counting, but not too sure about that. If that's counting, then if that's counting, then it's 4.
So we'll see what weight Diane Strawbridge elects to play on her backhand to try and get down through to the jack on that counting, the backhand side. On that counting side, needs to starting to work back now, is doing so, needs to get clean though. In fact, is going to tip at the own and got one of the Kensington bowls, and it would be just the one now. Yeah, just the one.
So I could roll Katie's up one. I could roll Katie's up one.
So there,
Play
yes.
that onto the.
Yeah, that was the call, John. That Tessa was asking on the backhand to get a turn onto the Katie Merritt bowl. Turn that into the head. Would it count? And there's a pretty good attempt here from the Balmoral skip.
Oh, shit, I'm going to take the shot out. I think that was the shot there.
Rocked the bowl over. Diane Strawbridge coming to have a look.
I think that light blue bowl of Diane Strawbridge is the one that's holding Farley out of 3 or 4. The one that's, as we look at it there, the one that's closest to the jack, obviously, that light blue one. I think that's the only red disc bowl in there. We see it now. So if that could be pushed out with that same sort of weight that Farley played last time, then they'd be back to holding 4.
They certainly would be. So, of course, here as well, Diane Strawbridge, if she does play in that backhand, has to be careful with what sort of weight that she plays because, as you say, John, she could get to her own red bowl and move that out of the head.
She's sort of, what she's doing is sort of playing Farley's shot, but
hoping.
Yeah, hoping. Oh, an inside edge? No.
No.
Righto, now comes Farley down to have a look.
Well, if Tessa Farley's holding the shot, leading 13-8, and we're about to play end 11, jumping to 14-8, no need to try too hard here. Just got to stay out on.
It's worth it, though, isn't it? It's really worth
well,
it.
Well, it's game, set, and match if she gets it.
Yeah, yeah. So her options there, if she hits the white and moves it up, that'll be another shot. If she hits the blue and hits it cleanly, she'd take it out for 4.
No, just looking though, John, on the looking at the view from here, if you're going to play the bowl out, I personally think it may well be better on the other hand, actually, to play clean down to it. It just looks to be a clearer vision to get to that bowl. Well, we'll leave that because they've got a different view standing on the mat of what the head actually is. So Tessa Farley is confident of what she's going to play on that backhand. And
it's miles wide, isn't it?
Well, I think that's the case of, to me, a sensible.
Yep.
We've got one.
Yeah. It's a grand final.
Yeah.
14-8 after 11 ends. 4 ends to go in this Somerset Champion of Champion Women's Fours final. The last of the Champion of Champion weekends. Seems a long time ago since we had the singles. And then that was in Hastings, and the pairs and the triples in Dunedin. And now Auckland hosting the final event. The fours. The men's final, as we update you at each end, Elmwood Park and Manurewa. It was close at 9-8, I think the last score we heard, so we'll have an update on that soon. But 14-8 in this match, Balmoral against Kensington.
10-9, the Lawson-Clark men's final. And I can't quite see from here how many ends gone, but the skips are playing. They've played 12. They've played 12 of 15. And it is Gary Lawson leading 10-9. The Linda Farley is in this final has always had one bowl at least that's fairly adjacent to the jack. She's given a pretty good start, and the first year player Katie Merritt is really complimented coming behind with playing, I'd say, consistent draw play right throughout this final. So on the backhand again is Linda Farley of the Balmoral Club here in Auckland.
Yeah, good change to her weight. She seems to be able to adapt very well.
This is what we just mentioned before, John. Is that there's always that one bowl of each end around about that area. Only let's say 15, 18 inches from the jack. She's done that. Linda Farley's done that consistently right throughout the game, and as you well know, that if you get those lead bowls around the head, you're not going to get into too much danger. Great bowl here though from the Kensington lead. Great reply from Barbara Hopper. Just sits on the bowl, shot bowl, turns things over, and will hold shot. And you'll see there Linda Farley indicating to Katie Merritt how far that you've got to draw. Good position on the mat. Hand open. Gets a good draw away. There's a great attempt here from the Balmoral lead. This is a great attempt. Get much better than that. Yeah, perfectly played.
Janice Little has one of those happy faces. She always appears to be smiling, doesn't she? And she should be smiling now if she gets in here.
Here it is. Here it is.
Plenty to smile about, Janice.
So can now Katie Merritt draw in that port. Stays right down on the bowl, and by goodness, this is close as well. This is close. This is close. Falls in.
Yep.
Yes, that's the shot. You heard Diane Strawberry say, well, what?
Wow.
They're two very, very effective bowls there, John, from Katie Merritt, wasn't it? And all within about 12, 15 inches of the jack. So well played by the Balmoral number 2.
Janice not far away again either. She played a beaut with her first.
Gets a pet around this bowl clean.
Sneak around that. She's done it again, has she? Not quite. Wow. But a very well positioned bowl.
Yeah, the good thing for Balmoral with this head, when you've got these tight heads, that the danger of dropping a significant number becomes greatly reduced because you've got so many bowls in close proximity in around the head, sort of cancelling out one another. And when you're leading by 14-8, playing that of the 12th end, another good bowl here and behind the head just gives you a good game position.
Just following that same track of her 2. This is Dawn Owens. Heading in the right direction. If it gets that inside edge again, it'll be in for a shot. She's done it.
Slide again. Toucher. And for the Balmoral side here, second shot, best shot on the book for Margaret Rouse on the back end to concentrate on.
It's not a bad line either.
No, she gets the shot bowl. It's a bonus. Another bowl on the head's the key thing for the Balmoral side of it.
She's got it. Oh, God.
Rocks the bowl.
What a perfect group of bowls. There's been some delightful bowls coming in on that backhand. They've all got the track.
Yeah, there's about
all
6.
loving this length and the line. Here's Owens again.
7 bowls.
Not a mile away.
Tucked it around the jack. Will this be 8?
Make
yes,
that
it
8.
will be.
Yeah.
Yes, it will. Look at that. And may well have turned that into
3
shots.
Or 4.
Possibly 4. The blue bowl in front. Correct, John. Magnificent bowls here from both sides.
So looking at that men's match, another 2 to Manurewa And Manurewa, for the first time since the first end, have taken the lead against Elmwood Park. 13 ends have been played, and of the last 6 ends, Manurewa have won 5. I bet that's coming down to the continued good leading from Logan Clark and Bryn Morgan and Shane Drabble there backing their skip up, David Clark.
There's a good attempt here from Linda Farley. How far is it going to run? Just goes by. Diane Strawbridge will be very keen to draw another counter here. Won't want to give a shoulder, of course, for Linda Farley to work off.
She just had a wee glance back to those 2 bowls that we can see at the back on the right. They're both against her. And if her opponent does manage to just push the jack back a little bit, she could drop a 4 back there. So risk and reward. Well, they're already, we think, 4 down. So it doesn't really matter too much for Farley. She could have a look at that. We'll see what Diane does here.
On the backhand is the Kensington skip. Playing out on that backhand safe draw side. And this is tracking well towards the jack. Doesn't want to get it there.
Doesn't want to. That was the danger, and that's the shot that Farley was going to play. And they're only 1 down now. From 4 down to 1 down, I think.
Yeah. Bad luck. You can see there.
Yeah.
Dawn Owens. It was really just a bowl wider, John, really, wasn't it, to try and add to the count. And just came inside it. Had that weight, got to the jack. You'll see there, Tessa Farley looking, going to try and play and get down to that red bowl, because now we have got the next 3 shots. And of course, if she gets a touch on the jack, there's the 2 Balmoral bowls, the blue and white one and the charcoaly one with the blue discs around them, all in favour of Balmoral. Well, it could well have been a turning point in this match, John.
I don't see Diane Strawbridge there. She'll be gutted with that. She knew, and while you just talked about the line of it, it was also just an ounce too much weight, and it gave her the absolute result she didn't want. There she goes. She's looking now to see if she can hang on to that shot, or will her opponent nut the jack, nut the
Close,
shot bowl.
close.
She's close. She's close.
Got
Flick
the
it.
bowl.
Oh, brilliant bowl. From 4 down to 2 up.
That was perfect weight played by the Balmoral skip, Linda Farley, converted from being down on the head. And Diane Strawbridge now trying desperately to draw the shot. And what an effort this is. What an effort to the jack. Gets a touch on the jack and just moved it closer to the Balmoral bowls. And it'll be a 2. I would say 2 to the Balmoral side, which takes them to 16 to 8 now after 12 of the 15 ends of the Somerset Champion of Champion 4s here at the Royal Oak Club in Auckland.
6-point turnaround. There, it certainly appeared that they were holding 4, and 2 outstanding bowls in that lot. Well, lots of outstanding bowls. Well, those front end really set this up to be an interesting 12th end. We've got 3 to go now, and it's 16-8.
Balmoral looking at a 2 ends away, really, or 3 ends away from a New Zealand Silver Star title. Coming through, of course, firstly winning their own region's Champion of Champion event, and then of course lining up here on Friday at the start of the New Zealand Champion of Champions, where they've come from all around the country playing section play, then into post-section play and through to the final. Both of these sides have worked hard, not only over the last 3 days, but firstly to win their club title, then win their centre title, and now here they are at the New Zealand final.
So over in the men's section, that Elmwood Park crew, I think both Gary Lawson and Kelvin Scott are chasing 15 national titles.
And of course, there's that slight differentiation of which go to gold stars and which go to silver stars. And if I think I'm right, this is so. Whatever it is for Lawson and Kelvin Scott, should they succeed, it's a number of New Zealand titles.
So this is when you are thankful for indoor facilities, because strangely it's raining in Auckland. It's just started belting down, so almost the perfect shot there from Barbara Hopper.
Just looking out the window here, I can't see the head for the men's final. Gary Lawson's moving. One would think he must be down on the head, because he certainly had a long study of the head. And now he went right out to the side of the mat. Is one down is Lawson, one down is the call as we come to the end of playing the 14th, and I can see he's on the search for a bowl. We'll see what happens.
Well, you can hear the noise of the rain. So here's Janice, forehand. She played a couple of bombs in that last end, and she's played another one here.
Another one here.
Move the jack a little bit too. No, that'll do you. That might be a couple. One at least. Beautiful bowl. The thing is, of course, that Balmoral can afford to drop a single or a couple.
And the backhand is Katie Merritt, really getting bowls on the head. That's going to be under the head. And that rain, I can tell you, it's certainly a normal Auckland day. And it is now 13-10. 13-10 it is to David Clark of Manurewa over Gary Lawson as they play the final end here in the men's champion final.
Well, considering that Clark won the first end and picked up a single, terrific bowls. Two Butte bowls here by Janice Little. 1-0 to Clark, and then they never got back in front until, I think, end number 12.
Round about that number,
we have the
John,
scorecard coming up now. So you see there, that first shot went to Manurewa with the red on the left here, and then they scored a single, picked up another single on the 8th, but they were still well down then. From then on, they've only conceded on one end of 7. So a 2 on the 14th. They now lead by 13-10. Final of the men's champion of champion fours.
See here, Dawn Owens, skip asking to the bowl to beat out onto the side of the rink, or the side of the head, after two magnificent bowls from Janice Little, trying to be outside that line, but she's inside the line, holding 2 as we play end 13. And just
3 here. 3 here and 16-11, and then 3 on the 14th, 16-14, and then it's anyone's game. So this team is still in at Kensington. They would have been well in it if things had worked out a bit better for them in the previous end. There's a blue ball going up.
With a wee bit of weight, tipped a Balmoral bowl. That's the bowl of Katie Merritt's that she's tipped into the head. Holding 2 at this point is the Kensington side. Giving the bowl a wipe is Dawn Owens. Trying to get to 3 on the changeover.
It's a better line from her. Her previous one is that one that's finished to the far right as we look at it. It's coming in well. Give us another metre, half a metre, a few more inches.
Didn't want much more. definitely 2 shots there to Kensington as the skips change over. And of course, John, the next big event on the calendar is the World Championships to be played on the Gold Coast. 38 countries lining up in all disciplines, men's, ladies, paras, the whole collection there. The biggest ever World Bowls Championship. And just so as people know, we'll just wait till Tessa Farley plays this bowl down on the head, leading 16-8. Going to stay out on that wide side.
Oh, you like that weight though, because you see there 1, 2, 3 blue disc bowls past the jack.
Diane Strawbridge here would just be endeavouring to try and beat the bowl of Dawn Owens on that forehand side to get another counting bowl.
She'd love to get another counter in there and just say, okay, I might have...
Well, this is close.
Didn't work
Turns
against...
this bowl
it
cleanly
worked
into
against
the
us.
head. Well,
That's 3.
4, possibly.
4, yeah.
Possibly.
Well, I think it is.
It is. There it is. You heard clearly there
Yeah.
from Margaret
Wow.
Rouse. It is 4.
And you look at Dawn Owens and Barbara Hopper just talking to each other, and Dawn turns her back and sort of shivers as if to say, oh, well, after that disappointment of that 2 ends ago when we were holding 4 or 5, we're back in with a chance here.
Oh, to be fair, John, you know, they... Look, we don't know what's going to happen yet, but they have had a couple of what I would say scoring shot opportunities that just haven't quite resulted for them. But this time, the skip, Diane Strawbridge, just played with that lovely weight and got the result, moved the bowls around and scored 2, another 2.
So Tessa Farley, this is a vital bowl for her. She hasn't really been put under huge pressure.
Oh, trying
Quite like
hard
this
here.
line of hers.
Trying
Yeah,
hard
yeah.
here. Look at this. Here's a clap.
Whoa, God.
Still be 2,
2.
I would say.
Yep. Okay, Diane. Produce one of your best.
There it is, 2 shots. You can see the indication there from Dawn Owens, but there was a great bowl. As you rightly said, John, that Linda Farley hadn't had to play that many bowls under pressure, but certainly responded with that bowl taking, which looked like a 4 count, down to 2. When you're leading 16-8, playing the 13th of 15 ends, that's a good outcome.
So Diane, and in conjunction with Dawn, just chatting about what is the shot to play to build on this 2 that we've got, knowing, of course, that her opponent still has 1 to play.
I just see in the final, the skips are playing in the men's final. I just saw David Clark move the jack around, leading by 1, of course. Don't know what difference it made on the hand, but they're all standing there. Lawson walking back to the mat now. We'll soon know the outcome of that men's final between Gary Lawson of Elmwood Park in Christchurch and David Clark of Manurewa in Counties.
And this is Auckland because now the sun's out. Here we are, Diane. Just a bit of a puff of the cheeks, steadies herself. Forehand, good track,
Yeah,
good track, sit that orange.
Has it?
1 in, 1 out.
3?
Well, if it's made 3, it's probably made 4. If that orange one is not 3rd shot, oh, of course, yes, Farley hasn't got 1 to play, has she?
No.
That's 2. If this one doesn't beat that closest blue, it won't beat the other blue, I shouldn't think. Let's see. Other red, blue bowl, not. So 2 there. Here we go. Moment of truth in this game.
You'd think that bowl...
You'd think this one would, wouldn't you?
You would think that bowl was in. Just, well, if you're unsure, call the umpire. Don't. Don't.
Take those other bowls out, probably.
To me, John, actually, thank you, Sue Way from Wellington, who will be at the World Bowls. That is actually, there is 44 countries now competing in the World Bowls to be held on the Gold Coast. It's a lot of countries.
So we hear that David Clark has won and a measure down. Gary Lawson has one to play in that men's final. One shot the difference, I think, going into this final end. Oh, this is where you're quite right. You'd think, a lot at stake here. Here we go. In 14, it's 13-10. Oh, no, he's 3 down on the board, so... What have they decided here?
Well, I think it was 3. I think...
It is 3. Yep.
It is 3.
So that's what they needed on this. If they're going to keep him with a chance, a 3 here, that's 16 to 11. A 3 on the next. 16-14, a 3 on the next. 17-16, there you go.
Lawson on the drive. Shake hands. So therefore...
You see them over on the far side. Just see Lawson and Clark walking back. But we'll let you know as soon as we know what the story was. Clark was holding... Well, I've just heard there, David Clark has won the title, beating Gary Lawson of Elmwood Park in the final. And so it is the team from Manurewa, skipped by David Clark, who have won this Champion of Champion Somerset Fours title. His team played exceptionally well this morning. Shane Drabble at 3, Bryn Morgan at 2, and Logan Clark, David's son, leading. So they beat Alexandra this morning quite convincingly, came from behind against Gary Lawson to win that match. So the champions, the men's champions for 2022-23, the team from Manurewa. Now the women's title to be determined over these next 2 ends.
16-11 as we play in 14 of 15, and it is the shot held by the Barbara Hopper, who has been very, very consistent throughout this match, as of course has Linda Farley. Both been pretty consistent in their leading.
Now, of course, there's the added pressure too for the players. They've been playing before an audience which has been watching 2 matches, and they've been on our live stream. Oh, this is nice. Under.
Clean. Well played. 2 shots from the lead from Barbara Hopper.
Now all eyes are on this game, so just that bit of tension builds. Linda Farley, if her weight's on, she'll be okay here. Oh, she's just got to drop short. So 2 shots at the moment, with the leads playing their 2 bowls. That's been completed. Janice Little, who's in the last stages of this game, has been playing some superb bowls. Here she goes. Looking to get around that short orange one and nestle in. It's a pretty good track. And she doesn't get round it. Well, she does, but not where she wanted.
No, not quite.
She doesn't like that. She's gone a long way wide there.
Or certainly has, yes, right out. Well, it
Stays on, though.
stays on, though, it's fine. If it stays up there, who knows, that jack movement. Holding 2, 16-11. So the Kensington side charging their way home, or endeavouring to charge their way home. Still another end to go, of course, after this. And Katie Merritt will endeavour to make some adjustment on that backhand line. And she has.
She might come through that track and sit the shot. No, she's just going to fade under inside edge off that orange, but she just didn't have the weight.
No, missed that yard of weight to get to the.
It's a lovely avenue there, though, isn't it, between those two orange bowls?
Certainly is.
I'm sure that Margaret Rouse will be looking at that as we now watch Dawn forehand. It's a lonely looking orange bowl down there at the moment for Balmoral. There's another one coming into the count.
That's well played there. Well, definitely endeavouring to, got to play down there with weight through the, even if it removes 1 or 2 bowls, but no sense in being too tentative here. Need to be reaching up through the backhand side to the jack or the bowls. We'll need to come back from there. It's on the outside. That's the sort of weight to try and play. 3 down. It's not over yet, for sure. Big, oh, you saw there on the mat, Dawn Owens giving the big, deep in and out breath as she plays on her forehand, stays down, as John said, all the way. Might just be a bit quick going past the head.
Well, I think she's probably seen what Tessa had been calling. Oh, I'm not convinced that that real big weight is required here from Margaret.
No, not as much weight as what was just played. I agree with you, John. Reaching through there with is the ideal weight, really. Not charging at it. This is going to be under the head, but what's it going to connect and knock up? It's knocked up. Another Kensington bowl, which will count.
4 now.
4, 16-11.
Confirmation then of this match between Elmwood Park and Manurewa. As you can see there from the scoreboard, it was pretty much all Elmwood Park up until the 7th end when they had that 8-2 lead, and then they only scored on one other end, the 11th. From then on, it was all Manurewa, and Manurewa have won the Champion of Champions fours for men by 15-10.
And here in the women's final, as we get to end 14 of 15, or it's 16-11 to the Balmoral Farley skipped combination, but they are 4 down on the head here. If this gets past the front bowls, maybe 5 now. It will be 5 shots to Kensington.
Wow.
So Farley on that backhand, endeavouring to reach through to where those counting bowls are. Needs to start working back now.
She's wide.
It's wide. Will it cut? No, it won't cut any out. And it's quite safe, John, for this particular end. We know it went bad last end for Diane Strawbridge, but playing on that forehand side where she played at first, quite safe to draw down there, to draw into the counting area.
So from 16-11 down to now holding 16 all, and this
close.
To make it 17-16.
This is close.
There it goes.
This is really close. Well played. Well, 1, 2, 3. There they are. There's 6 there.
this is where, and the great thing about Tessa Farley, she won't take long on the mat, I wouldn't have thought. Well, let's have a look at her. Has she come down? Has she?
She came down to have a look, but the point is,
yeah.
John, as she well knows, it's a one-shot option, really.
Yep.
She's really only got the front bowl and mother's bowl just lower their head. Can't play short, and the result or reduction result or ultimate result for her is to play up on that. She was only, let's say, a bowl wide of the first bowl, and the ideal line for her to look at is just inside that of her mother's bowl. Diane Strawburn sitting there in the ditch, hands on her knees, under the chin. Are we going to hold these? Eyes closed.
Her aim is to get in, just nestle in amongst those shot bowls. She's narrowed it up slightly, but no, not enough. She's going to be wide again. She's going to be wide again, and what an end on the 14th, the penultimate end for the team from Kensington, and from being at one stage 16 to 8 down.
I think they're just at the front.
16 and 11, and I think this is a 17-16. It's a lead turnaround. Kensington in front by 17 to 16, playing the last.
In the last two ends to the Kensington side, a 3 and a 6. And if we go back, John, where, Diane Strawbridge was so unlucky on one of the, when they were holding before, just moved the jack in the wrong direction, and now got it right. And someone's just grabbed my scorecard. So you'll see it go up on the screen in a moment, what's gone on. I've been keeping a scorecard right throughout.
Yeah, well, a 17-16. Well, it was 6-2 or 6-0 after 3. It was 6-3. This is Balmoral leading all the way. 6-3 after 5. Then they dropped to 3 to be 7-6 up, and then it was 8-6, 13-6 when Balmoral scored a 5 on the 9th. 2-2 Kensington on the 10th made it 13-8. Then 14-8, then 16-8. Balmoral were leading just 2 ends ago. A 9-point turnaround has seen the team from Kensington, for the first time in this game, take the lead. 17-16.
So here's the first bowl from the consistent Barbara Hopper, down towards the jack, right on the centre line, draws a toucher. Been very impressed with this lead from the Kensington club. So Linda Farley now with the, you see Diane Dawn Owens, a lot of breathing going on with the Kensington girls. And Linda Farley, who's also been very consistent throughout this final, got the bowl out on that good line on that backhand side. This is going to depend on the weight, not far away. This bowl of Farley's just going to drop by with a couple of feet of weight.
So it's only a matter of a few ends ago that we were talking about this. Kevin, we said 16-8, so 3 ends to play. So a 3 on the 13th would have made it 16-11, and then I went on and said, and then another 3, and then another 3, and suddenly it's 16 all. But so always, as we made the point, mathematically, they still had the chance to win this, and they did. Here we go, the Balmoral, the scorecard. You look at that.
So it is definitely 17-16. On the backhand is Linda Farley. Looks to be out on that wider side. Will it come back? No, it won't. Well, the girls from the north, certainly magnificent turnaround up until that 13th end. They in fact had scored on 4 ends, a 2, a 1, a 3 and a 2, and now they charge their way home with a 3 and a 6.
Oh, look, Janice is on form still. Well, I've got a feel for both teams here. We had a situation, as you would have seen, where Kensington were holding 4 shots, and that would have been magnificent for them. And then they gave it away through just a slight error by Diane Kensington. There wasn't much in it. So they conceded conceded 2 rather than picking up a 4. And you'd think at that stage the bottom might have fallen out of them, but they've held their heads up, and then they've played 2 really impressive ends. And the pressure has told a wee bit on this Balmoral combination.
Yes, it has, John. That 2, of course, was that the 2 that Tessa Farley scored on that of the 12th end. It was when it was the 4 shots that you were talking about. But since then, though, the girls from the north, they've fought all the way back. And right now, they're the ones that are getting the bowls around the head. How things can change.
They're holding 4 shots here.
How much weight here has Katie Merritt got? Not enough.
Not enough.
Oh, now this really... Well,
you know, this is a good thing about bowls and lots of sports too. You know, last weekend when we looked at the women's triples final, at one stage the Kiatoa team were well in front at 14-0 ahead. That was the Kiatoa Timaru team playing Thames Coast, and then it was 16-3. That was after 8 ends. Well, from then on, they only scored on one end and lost in a extra end by 18-17. So a similar sort of situation. You can get to a stage where things seem to be going so comfortably, and then, like we see here, a 3 and a 6 and holding 5. Gosh, poor old Tessa Farley, who couldn't do what she needed to on that last end.
Have to attack. Got to attack with some weight here, John. Got to get some movement. You know, that last bowl that we saw Dawn Owens drew a toucher. So, and they're not going to get movement on that hand. I really think that they're better to be coming down under the line with weight, trying to get some that front bowl there. That's where they now leave the head alone for sure there. That's exactly what Diane Strawbridge is indicating. We don't need any more on the head. The Balmoral side have got to play a winning shot, really.
Well, I just had a message from Rob Ashton before, and I think he'd be sitting there saying, what are they doing? Why don't they just go the 2 shots? Those 2 that are together, that black one next to the jack and the dark blue, go those. You've got the back bowls here. You know.
Absolutely. It's you've got to play it. Forget about draw weight here. I think this is the harder shot on this hand, to be fair, John. I know I'm sitting inside, but to me, it looks a harder result shot than possibly playing with more weight down on the back end.
Well, this is it. She's got to hit those 2.
And the other reason why I say that, John, if you're playing that on the other hand, you're naturally coming into the head. Playing the other hand, you've got to work into the head. So there's a natural run down there on the other hand, and it's not you're literally playing a 1-bowl target on the hand, of which we just saw Margaret Rouse play. And I agree.
A totally different atmosphere within that Kensington team now. After 4 ends ago, they're patting each other on the back and saying, isn't this remarkable? Who would have believed this? And that's what you at home will be thinking too. And Tessa Farley, goodness knows how she's feeling up there, knowing that as the skip, she has now got to play a blinder to haul this match out of the fire.
I'm sure Diane Strawbridge won't want to be going anywhere near the head to sort of fatten, and she's not. She's playing out on that wider, safe backhand side. And if you look there now, John, to me it just seems obvious. Down under the front, that white bowl at the front, which is the Katie Merritt bowl, playing with weight all the way through it. And this forehand shot option is challenging that.
Holding 6.
We'll cut away
she's
now.
She's going to be on it. Is she going to get some edge? Oh, not enough. See those bowls back here, blue bowls. Can she do it again? Smaller target, of course. One bowler's gone.
I'm sure Diane Strawbridge will be intent on the forehand to try and get down the deepest bowl on the rink.
Or either that or she puts a block in.
Well, she'll want to be passed. I want to give her a resting target to come up there, which she's just done. It's a harder shot now for to be fair for Tessa Farley, because the two bowls have sat on top of one another.
Where's
view
out to the right. What's out there? It's all red bowls, I think, and that's as we look at it, that's where the jack's likely to go.
That's why, to me, John, the option shot is actually on the other hand, because playing it on the back end, you'll see the two bowls of Linda Farley sitting deeper. Now, there was a bowl down there in the ditch right by the marker peg, which I think is a Kensington bowl. I'm presuming that that's a toucher. You'll see there just by Barbara Hopper's foot, just there's a bowl in the ditch. Is that a toucher? Yes, it is. Just been asked. So that bowl in the ditch could still come into play. And you look, Dawn Owens doesn't actually want to look. She's got a Tessa Farley making her way back to the mat. I still think it's definitely a backhand result. And she is going to play that backhand. Just think that's a best percentage option on the backhand. Trying to, needed to be under, not outside. There it is. Kensington take it home.
Wow, with a 6 on the last. I think it is.
Is at least 5.
What a remarkable turnaround in this game. 23-16, the final score. And at no stage in this match would you have believed that that would be the outcome. There are smiles from the team from Balmoral, but it'll be smiles of disbelief, really. They've done remarkably well to get here. They've played exceptionally well throughout. But look at that scoreboard there on the left-hand side. It's the team from Kensington. And those last 3 ends, 15 shots in the last 3 ends, has taken them from 16-8 down to 23-16 ahead. So the champions in the men for 2022-23, Manurewa beating Elmwood Park in the final. The champion women's in the Somerset Champion of Champion Fours is the team from Kensington, who have come from well behind to beat Balmoral 23-16. Congratulations to all the teams that managed to get to this situation. Congratulations especially to the winners, and those hugs of delight are well deserved here at Royal Oak in Auckland. Thank you very much, Kevin. We're going to have some highlights now, and we will be back with more bowls in the near future. You can find out all about that on the Bowls New Zealand Facebook page and their website. Farewell from Royal Oak.
Think age is just a number. Love the life you choose at Somerset Retirement Villages.